Hello and welcome everybody to our live coverage of the MGA Copa America Wild Rift tournament. We are back for what is sadly the final day of the tournament, but we should have a lot of good games today. If you got a chance to watch the games yesterday, you know that in these final few series, we got to see some very, very close games, some very back and forth games, some very bloody games that were a ton of fun to watch. If you didn't catch them, they are still available right here on the MGA Wild Rift YouTube channel, so you can check them out. Check out the VODs from yesterday and even going further back in the tournament, tracking some of these teams as we follow them. But now it is down to just a couple of teams. You've probably seen the bracket as we were loading in here, but I will go ahead and bring that up for everybody. So today is the final day. It's Latin America South and Brazil. Those are the games we're going to be watching. So the first one of the day is TSM versus So Agradece, which should be a pretty good match. We've already gotten a chance to see both these teams, and as is no surprise for two teams that have made it to the semifinals of the upper bracket, they both play some very clean Wild Rift, both very skilled. So it will be interesting to see how they match up. But this is still the upper bracket, so while we have moved on to all best-of-3 series, the loser of this match will get a second chance down in the lower bracket. The winner will move on to the finals, as you see on your screen there. And looking down at the lower bracket here, VIVO KEYD versus Furious Gaming. Now, we'll have an update here. This may be a match that's played off-air simultaneously as TSM and So Agradece are played. I'll get you an update on that as soon as I have it. But the winner of VIVO KEYD versus Furious Gaming will move on to the lower bracket finals, and they will face off against the loser of TSM versus So Agradece. The winner of that match will move on to face the winner of TSM versus So Agradece in the grand final of the entire tournament. Now, all these last four teams will have secured a portion of the prize pool, but the $500 prize for the grand finals winner of this division is on the line there in the finals, and how these teams perform in these upcoming series determines which prize they will receive, not to mention the prestige, the glory, the bragging rights that come with winning the entire Copa America, Latin America South, and Brazil division. Now, as far as word I'm getting on the match, shouldn't be too much longer here. Yeah, should be just about a minute or so here. We actually already have bans coming in here between TSM and So Agradece, and I believe the draft will be here again momentarily. The bans are Ziggs, Camille, Galio, and Gragas all taken away. So a lot of these are going to be pretty familiar to people who've been following the Copa America thus far. A lot of times we've seen generally what I would call two different directions for these comps. And we're actually getting into drafts, so we'll get that on your screens right now. So one of the big things that we've seen repeatedly is teams building these Camille comps, and sometimes, or excuse me, I should say Galio comps, but generally they want these big AoE teamfight ultimates that they can construct a comp around, whether that's Camille Galio or something I prefer, which is the Jarvan Galio. They can combine those together to have a really big teamfight wombo combo. There's other things you can throw on top. The Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb is real good, and as you can see, both these teams, well aware of the potency of those comps, have taken away the Ziggs, the Galio, and the Camille. Now, the Jarvan, still an option, but we'll have to wait and see just what these teams want to construct. And the Seraphine coming through here, of course, pretty quick draft we're getting already. And the Seraphine has shown a lot of power throughout this tournament, especially when paired with some of these other champions like the Sana or even some of these ranged characters. The Varus has worked reasonably well with Seraphine. There's been a lot of priority on the Varus, but there's a pretty cool combo we're seeing already. So the Yasuo Alistar is a nice synergistic combo for TSM there. Kind of a classic with Gragas banned away. You can go for like a Yasuo Malphite. Yasuo Alistar certainly gets the job done. The one nice thing is that Alistar's got that AoE knockoff on a much shorter cooldown, so it really can provide a lot of setup for the Yasuo. You don't have to worry so much about coordinating your ultimate cooldowns with the Malphite. Speaking of which, Malphite locked in now for So Agradece, seeing Lucian and Yasuo, knowing that's going to be fairly heavy in the AD department most likely, should be pretty conducive to that. So we'll see what TSM wants to respond with. They do need some AP, and they're going to go with the Fizz. So very interesting pick here. I'm excited to see this. We have yet to see Fizz on the entire broadcast, the entire Copa America thus far. So should be pretty cool to see how this one is piloted. That does mean that most likely we're seeing the Fizz jungle would be my guess, but it's a very interesting comp that TSM are bringing forth here. And the response is going to be that Lee Sin last pick here. So should be a pretty interesting matchup here, knowing that they do have a big front line. They have the Malphite there available already to be able to stack up a lot of armor, and Fizz is not something that's going to be able to chew through those tanks. The Braum is available as well. And here we have, back on your screen. So there's a fair number of abilities that the Braum shield is going to be somewhat effective against. Fizz Chum the Waters. You've also got basically Lucian's entire kit. So the Braum Unbreakable is going to get some value here. And it's also something that can work really well with the Seraphine, because if you look at this comp, it's all melee with the Seraphine, which is very interesting. So that really facilitates Seraphine's Encore to get extended really long range. I will be curious on Tennis to see how he can dodge that with the Playful Trickster. That's probably the cooldown he's going to want to dodge, but there's certainly some other ones he might look for, even something as simple as a Sonic Wave, but there's also the possibility of dodging the Unstoppable Force from the Malphite. But here we go. We have hit the rift for game number 1 of these the upper bracket semifinals. TSM versus So Agredici fighting over a trip to the grand finals, and the lane assignments already. We're still going to need a little bit more information before we know exactly what's going on here, but it looks like the Seraphine 80 carry should be what's coming through here, which would slot the Olaf in possibly in the mid lane or top lane. So we have an invade coming in here from So Agredici. The man advantage, this should be theirs, but no, everybody's rotating down, including the Lucian. Actually, TSM should force Agredici out of here. And Petroni, he's not sure if he wants to go in on this, and now there are So Agredici. They've hit the Sonic Wave. Ooh, there's a knockup on just the Seraphine. Now we have a 4 versus 4. One of the most interesting level 1s I think we've seen in the tournament thus far. So Agredici content themselves with stealing away the Raptors. Smite should be available if Letter needs that. I don't think he's even going to need to use it. So very interesting here. This starts. So Tennis goes ahead and picks up the red buff. The Raptors are stolen away by the jungler. And okay, I'm even more surprised. We have an Olaf Braum bot flash forward by Suits, getting exhausted. They're chasing down onto the Yasuo, trying to get that Braum stun. Winter's Bite is not there, so not able to pick up the kill, but they do trade flash for flash, and they get the exhaust out of Mike as well. So a little bit of a cooldown advantage there for So Agredici. They should be pretty happy with that. So appear to have a bit of a lull state on the rift for mere moments. Never lasts too long, Ralph, but look at how much vision actually So Agredici has laid down in the jungle there. It's not giving them too much information right now, but especially those words should get some value in the coming moments. So we have a dive here top side. Malphite should be okay for the time being. Now Nine Norvis is in a 2v3. He has the Seraphine, and they've taken down the Fizz. That's first blood. This has gone down. Another chasing for Trony. Barrier used, and the Renekton is going to try to buy some time. One more auto, he can take down the Malphite, but he's going for it with the slice and dice. It's not enough. The passive healing in the Seraphine was enough, and now they're looking for it. The Sonic Wave is going to connect. He's going to take it. The barrier bait, that might have been enough to get the trade kill back, and it is. So TSM finally get one back, but it's So Agredici that pick up 3 kills on the top side, including 2 on the Malphite, who was the one getting dove in this matchup that Sony on the Renekton wants to be playing aggressively, trying to get an advantage. We get a nice replay here. So honestly, just really a heads up play by the Seraphine. Mena walks all the way over here. They know this is coming. I believe the ward in the river may have caught that. Dodging out on the Piercing Light is very key there for Nine Norvis, and it's enough for them to take down the Fizz. And of course, then it's pretty much all she wrote. Now it's close. Very close for Sony to be able to pick up this kill, and he does wisely save the barrier, at least, to get something on the back end of this. Dodging out nicely on the route there. He basically baits the Lee Sin in, so Letter does still pick up the kill, but it winds up being a 1-for-1. It's a small consolation for TSM, but So Agredici in the driver's seat here in the early minutes of this game. Mountain Drake will be our first Drake of the game, and as is typical here early on, we'll have both Rift Herald and the Drake available for potential trade opportunity, but Tidus is back. Now flash available still for the Fizz. Chum the Waters is missed out. Dodged rather by Nine Norvis with a nice unstoppable force. Now continuing to put pressure topside our TSM, but the response coming through, Letter is going to be here. He does have the Dragon's Rage kick. That could be very, very useful. There it comes. Oh, the minion. The hero minion dodges, or rather blocks the Sonic Wave. Now looking for more, but not a lot of mana on 9 Norvis. 3 versus 3 here. Culling is going to go wide. Sonic Wave dodged out. Encore is wide as well. Petroni, though, taking a lot of damage. Has got to be a bit careful. At the end of the day, it's just a lot of missed ultimates. Meanwhile, bot side here, Carlito could be in a lot of trouble. Flash available on the Alistar, though. He should be okay. If he needs to dodge the axe, he's just going to walk away from it, get some of those fruit. Not sure how that one started. Flash was burned by Suits once again, and Mike burned his Flash this time. And Heal was burned by Sight. So again, some scuffling going on bot side, but no blood spill just yet. And there's, of course, always going to be that opportunity for some stacking Steel Tempests and or a last breath off of that Alistar Pulverize. Now Chum the Waters is going to find Letter. No way out for the Lee Sin. TSM find a kill on the top side. We'll see what they can parlay that into. It looks like, as has been their want, Tennis is headed towards the top side once again. This time 9 Norvis does have the flash in the barrier. Should be okay here, but nicely done. He holds both summoner spells new. He was okay there, and now once again he has to support Seraphine. Mena is here, and there's the Unstoppable Force. They're looking for the Renekton, who's going to be rooted, but it's a pretty tanky Croc for the time being. He is going to take one more tower shot and go down. Flash! They're juggling the damage so well. The culling is even dodged out from. Mena survives. 9 Norvis survives. Once again, a disastrous dive top for TSM. So Agredici now up 1,500 gold after that play, and 9 Norvis and Mena have been an absolutely unstoppable duo here. Top and mid for SA on the top side, perfectly done. Notice the use of both flashes. The Ruthless Predator isn't quite enough to take down the Seraphine. The culling is dodged out from right away by Mena. One more shot from that probably would have taken him down. Nicely done there, and unfortunately for TSM, they're devoting all this time and resources to the top side, and it really is not paying off. I mean, a 70 gold advantage for the Renekton against a Malphite, who's going to get a ton of value out of those armor items he's already stacking against the Lucian, Yasuo, and Renekton. I mean, even Fizz is a little bit auto attack based, so the steel caps at least get him some use. And 9 Norvis having 3 kills and 100% kill participation at this point. Already showing up big for Stoic Radice here in the semifinals. Umbral Glaive start for Letter is real nice. Should help them in that ward control mini game. As you can see right there, just smacking down a ward on the top side. Now Letter has been pathing top side from time to time to try to support the top laner, so I'd like to see that. Rift Herald was picked up as well. It's actually Mena who has that. Now, the one consolation here for TSM, as the game has not been going quite so well for them lately, is there's not a lot of turrets that are really under a ton of pressure right now. The Rift Herald could change that, but usually you want to have already kind of gained access to a turret. And no, Chum the Water is going to find Malphite, but even a full armor Malphite, it barely does a third of his HP. Now TSM are able to pick up a turret. It's traded immediately afterwards by Stoic Radice on the bot side, but the first turret bonus goes to TSM. Still, it's Stoic Radice who are up 2,000 gold, and they still have the Rift Herald. Good news for SA fans, and seeing 9 Norvis again continually just taking the punishment here, but that's exactly what you want is the Malphite. He's able to just take the damage with all this armor. He's never really at risk of dying. Trinity Force now completed for Suits on the bot side. I'd love to dive into this Olaf AD carry. We often don't have time to talk about it too much, but it's a very, very bold pick by Suits, and all things considered, it seems to be working. I wonder if this is specifically something they like against that Yasuo Alistar, just to be able to immune the knockups and make sure that the last breath is not able to access the Olaf himself. And I mean, hitting Braum with that is not going to be overly great either. Usually the last breath is going to be most effective on those squishy targets, so they're going to be looking for Mena. I mean, potentially even Letter, but that could be difficult with how shifty the Lee Sin can be. Again, we have a trade of turrets here. Bot side taken by TSM, top side taken by Stoic Radice. Unstoppable Force again dodges out to Chum the Waters. 4 men from TSM committed bot side. They don't get the kill on the Malphite in the response. Rift Herald now summoned mid lane, which has been pressured here. With TSM rotating bot, now with kind of a fight. Sonic Wave is there. Sight could be caught out here. Slice and dice. Here comes the Yasuo. There's the knockup. Glacial Fissure comes through. The calling is going to take down Mena. The kill credit goes over to Mike. Now here comes the reinforcements. The Olaf Suits is on a rampage here, but does go down. In goes the Lee Sin, but one by one, So Aggredici are falling. Letter has got to get out of here, but the Flash Pulverize is going to take him down. Carlito securing that one. And TSM get a 2-4-3. At the end of the day, it is So Aggredici still in command. Actually have a 3,000 gold lead now. Bot side, Nine Norvis was all by himself there. So this eventually turns into a 4 versus 5, and you can see So Aggredici. Unfortunately, the Olaf isn't there. The Lee Sin's not really involved in this fight. Letter isn't sure if he wants to go in or out. He does go in here at the end, and then at the end of the day, he says, okay, that wasn't a good idea. Tries to get out, but it actually is turned there by the Alistar. Once again, here's the Alistar. Carlito setting up a big last breath. They've taken down Mena. That's a lot of the range damage, but a big unstoppable force is going to be the response from So Aggredici. And now Carlito, one more stack of the concussive blows, should take down the Alistar. Looking for the resonating strike. He's going to find it. The kill credit goes over to Suits. 1 for 2 now for So Aggredici. They're looking for more. They're going to stack up those concussive blows again. Petroni could be in trouble here. The tower dive is coming through. Suits taking a lot of damage. The last turret shot will not take him down. Now the Renekton is the one under the turret. The Glacial Fissure is not going to find him. He will fall after kiting away from the turret, and now the response go from Tennis even gets a flash and a 9 Norvis. So TSM gets something on the back end of that, but overall a big team fight win for So Aggredici, chiefly off the back of the unstoppable force from 9 Norvis. And we'll see now as the resets come through. Yeah, we have a nice replay here. So initially the engage is great. They find Mena. That's exactly who they need. You think without the Seraphine this is rough, but the 4-man unstoppable force. Massive there for 9 Norvis. Helps them clean this one up. And Petroni as well, TSM, they're continually looking for some kind of trade in the ends of these fights, and sometimes it gets them into trouble. It got Petroni into trouble in that he didn't respect the tower dive potential is insane. 11 minutes into this game with Lee Sin, Olaf, Malphite, Braum, they can go anywhere they want, just about. They can tank turret shots for days. It's exactly what they did. Now Baron going to be an option the next time a team fight goes heavily in either team's favor. So Aggredici now up about 3,500, going on 4,000 gold. Starting to tighten the noose here, advance that ward coverage deeper here into the blue jungle. That's where they've got their eyes right now. Next Drake of the game will be the Cloud Drake. So Aggredici already with a pair of Drakes to their name, feeling pretty good. Neither team quite sure of the next play for the time being. Baron, of course, on the table, but should be just fighting over wards until one of those objectives has started. Actually, okay, Letter was just using the Baron to get over the wall. Well, Letter's strongly considering starting this one up. So Aggredici, they want to fight. They're trying to get TSM to check the Baron, make them think they are starting. But with this many members revealed, TSM, no, there's no way. Looks like So Aggredici has given up, and now TSM, they're going to be the aggressors. Calling is wide. Ruthless Predator on a Braum, not going to do too much. Healing from Mena is going to keep everybody topped off. And actually, the Dominus was burned. That's 2 ultimates down for TSM. So Aggredici, they have the advantage. They have 2 ultimates up on TSM. They're going to start this Baron up, and TSM, they're not sure. Carlito's going to go in there, has the Unbreakable, trying to run interference. The Baron was pulled off by So Aggredici. Now, the last breath is going to find only one. Again, it's only the Braum who flashes away with 1 HP. Carlito on the front lines here. They do take down the Braum. TSM now, they're pushing further. The Encore is going to find everybody. Those Suits looking to turn this one around. The members of So Aggredici may be too tanky. Yes, Petroni finds one. He's looking for the Seraphine, but Mena goes golden. It's a triple kill for 9 Norvis, and So Aggredici find the ace. 3, 4, 5. Too many casualties to look for the Baron. We'll see what they do. They've got about 15 seconds till any respawns come through. This should mean a top lane inner turret at least. And we see how this one starts again. Sight, just a glutton for punishment. All the cooldowns burned on to the Braum. Everything. You can see he's absorbing the attention of 3 members of TSM. And finally, when they do get onto the back line, they've already lost a fair amount of HP. They've already burned more cooldowns. And now Suits is there with the help of the Seraphine. The Seraphine Olaf combination is the DPS. for So Agredici, and it's coming up huge in these fights. They can't take down Mena. It's going to be really hard, and even if they can, we've seen Nine Norvis be very clutch with some of these unstoppable forces that can turn the tide of a fight that looks like it's going the way of TSM. "12 seconds away from that Cloud Drake spawn, and So Agredici, who have been in full control of the Drakes to this point. Now both teams scuffling on the red jungle. Engage comes forward from Carlito. Chum the Waters again onto the Braum. Sight on the front line here. Just about unkillable. So difficult for anybody to cut through any of these tanks. They can itemize full armor, and there's nobody that can possibly kill them. The Fizz is only going to be able to kill Mena at this point. I mean, the Lee Sin is going fairly squishy, but Cloud Drake now goes over to So Agredici with no contest. You can see the Randuins and the Righteous Glory there picked up by Suits. That's going to be a very fast, and with Asterix, a very difficult to kill Olaf. And this team comp from So Agredici, we wondered perhaps about the Olaf AD carry and champ select, going for the Olaf Braum bot lane, but it's working out very, very well for them. It's easy to execute against something like a Yasuo. You just have Braum in the front lines, a lot of tanky boys, and there's nothing that TSM can do right now. They have to somehow find some sort of disjointed fight, but it's going to be Mike, who is caught on the back line. Suits flashes forward and finds that TSM. This is not how you want the fights to go. Ted is going to flash back under his own base. And now looking for the hero play is the Renekton. And unfortunately for Sony, he's not even able to take down the Malphite. 4 members of TSM dead. Ted is the lone survivor. He does actually... Okay, so a bit of a cheeky recall there from Nine Norvis, recalling in plain sight of TSM. Tennis punishes him for it, but now So Agredici, they've got 15 seconds. They've got 1 turret down. This should be the game. Tennis has got to look for something. He's got no Chum the Waters. He's looking for the Playful Trickster, trying to cut off the wave here, do everything he can. He actually does get out. The Nexus now taking a lot of damage, but with the cannon still there at the cost of Letter's life, So Agredici pick up a win in game number 1. Nice replay this last fight. The Yasuo caught out here, and for a team comp that's going to be built so much off of a big last breath, finding Mike is perfect for So Agredici. It's exactly what they want, and Seuss is the perfect man to do the assassination. With the Ragnarok, nobody can stop him. Nobody can peel him on this comp. Sony looking for that last play, and we'll see if we see Nine. Yeah, Nine Norvis recalling there with 1 HP, and Tennis just walks in and picks that one up. But TSM overall, they devoted so many resources top side, and look at Nine Norvis, 7-11, the MVP of this game on the full tank Malphite. Just a ludicrous amount of armor. You can see there the Thornmail, the Frozen Heart, the Sunfire, the Randuins, and the Steel Caps. Building this virtually all AD comp for TSM was punished massively by So Agredici, and I ultimately, at the end of the day, I have to say I love the Olaf pick from Suits. What a great choice going into this, not only a heavy AD comp, but a pretty short range comp. In fact, an extraordinarily short range comp. So the ability to kite the Olaf is limited by that, and it also immunes any of the CC that they're looking for. So the Yasuo Alistar combination bot side, not going to work at all against the Olaf. And the Braum works so well. In addition, I almost, it reminds me of building on PC League Sejuani comps. And you got this many melees. It's something where the Sejuani passive can be stacked up immediately, but they had no problems stacking up the Braum passive as well. And Sight had no problems surviving and usually just being the tank for this comp that would absorb cooldowns, block so many with the Unbreakable, and set things up for So Agredici. So very, very well executed. And I want to shout out Mena as well. I mean, playing the Seraphine, really supporting everyone in these team fights, but chiefly the decision-making, the communication early on in this game, communicating about those dives. Every time So Agredici were prepared, they were never caught unawares by the dive, which is just incredible. I mean, it's rare that you see 2, maybe 3 top dives at different points in the game. Every time Mena was there, sometimes Leder was there. So Aggredicci knew exactly when those timers were coming in, and they responded perfectly. And the mechanical play under the turrets and some of those as well, flashing away, dodging the cullings, making sure that everyone stayed alive, and forcing TSM to just take those really, really heavy tower shots that, of course, ramp up. The more shots that are fired and juggled, the worse it gets. And that's an opportunity where something like the Fizz can kind of bite you. It can be a problem because when you look at Fizz, he's so good at dives normally because he can just drop aggro with the Playful Trickster. But the problem is when you've got multi-man dives, it requires a ton of coordination. And Fizz sometimes can drop aggro when it's a bad idea. And then all of a sudden Fizz has been ramping up that tower damage, and then somebody else just takes the brunt of it after he drops the aggro. And I think that did happen once or twice. And actually, I do recall Tennis dying in one or two of those dives too. So mis-execution by TSM topside, and even after the lane swaps came in, they still looked for 9 Norvis bot side, and again, they didn't find it. 9 Norvis disciplined with the unstoppable forces. How many Chum the Waters did he dodge this game with those? And then how many huge team fight unstoppable forces did he find? I remember that big explosive fight mid lane where it was TSM that got the pick on Mena, the one squishy member they should be able to take down. And you think, okay, they got rid of the healing, they got rid of the encore, but the unstoppable force was still there. So huge for So Aggredicci there, and they are up 1-0 in a game that was a little back and forth early on, but overall I think So Aggredicci looked very, very solid, and this was not a traditional team comp for them. The Seraphine is something we've seen a lot, but the Olaf bot is a major surprise, and honestly, Lee Sin, unlike, kind of looking a month or two ago, Lee Sin has not shown up so much in our tournament this time around. I think there's still a lot of Lee Sin mains that are happy to pick the champion. He's one of those champions that does have some utility, and especially early game can be pretty useful regardless. But that said, I would call this not necessarily a super standard comp coming forward from So Aggredicci, and it worked perfectly for them. So you have to credit them for playing a solid game on picks that would be unusual for most players. So credit to So Aggredicci at picking up that win in game number 1. We're going to go to a quick break here, but in a few minutes, we'll be back with game number 2 here in the Copa America semifinals. So Aggredicci versus TSM, match point for SA. They want to head to the grand finals. Loser here is going to head down to the lower bracket finals. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready for some more Wild Rift action here in the Copa America tournament. We've already watched So Agridici dismantle TSM in pretty impressive fashion in game number 1, but this is a best-of-3 series, and there's a second chance for both teams. So Agridici now on match point. They pick up a win here in game number 2. They are headed right to the grand finals with a $500 prize on the line. The loser of this one, should it be TSM, losing game number 2, will head down to the lower bracket finals. But TSM have a chance to reverse sweep this one with a win in game number 2 and a win in game number 3. They're going to have to pivot away, though some interesting choices we saw from both teams with the Yasuo AD carry picked up by TSM along with the Jungle Fizz in game number 1. The response was equally interesting from So Agridici as they piloted the Olaf AD carry on the bot side, which worked to perfection against the Yasuo Alistar combo, which was not able to get any work done. At best, a last breath combo onto a Braum was all they were able to find. Perhaps you wonder if a Yasuo Malphite combination might have worked better. Problem is, Malphite was piloted by Nine Norvis, top laner of So Agridici, and that worked out great. They got some great teamfight ultimates out of him. And in particular, the efforts to set the Malphite behind to get the Renekton top of TSM ahead were not successful. In fact, they were a disaster for TSM. Repeatedly, dive after dive resulted in multiple casualties for TSM and only gave Nine Norvis more gold. He was never down any gold whatsoever in the Renekton matchup, and he was able to simply stack armor continually against the heavy AD comp from TSM. Question is, how is TSM going to adapt here? As we will jump into draft here now. A brief correction here on the scoreboards. It is So Agridici who won game number 1. The scoreboard has TSM with the first win. TSM, they're going to need 2 wins if they want to pick up a win in this series. Yasuo going to be banned away by So Agridici. Very interesting. Ziggs and Lucian still banned. No change there. Camille still banned. No change there. The Galio now left open. The question is this something either of these teams will look for? The Seraphine has also been a huge pick. Excuse me, the Gragas was the one that was banned in game number 1, and that is going to be what So Agridici lock in first. Galio is available, of course. Something like a Galio Jarvan comp is always an option here. And the Galio being hovered by TSM could very well be an option. Yes, they go for Galio and the Braum that they're going to take away from sight. Galio, Braum, the lock in, but usually with the Galio, you want something else to pair that with. Traditionally, the Jarvan is the choice, but some other diver can be an option. Even something like a Lee Sin, depending on if Tennis likes to play Lee or not. But it looks like, yes, okay, the Seraphine coming through once again for So Agridici. Now, remember, the flex opportunities are there, where potentially Seraphine could slot into the support role, potentially in the mid lane. It was Mena in the mid lane that piloted it in game number 1. And now we could see the Rengar coming through, and the old Corki that we saw old school use to such great effect could be the choice, and it is. So, Corki and Rengar both picked up, so a very interesting comp here. You wonder if Rengar with the Galio on top is the angle that TSM want to approach these fights with. It's an interesting one we haven't seen a whole lot. Traditionally, Rengar builds simply don't allow him to stay alive, even with the Galio shield, long enough for the Galio to come down. But perhaps with the right build and the right mechanics from the Rengar, if he's able to heal up enough, stay around enough, maybe even just jump into bushes, be disruptive enough in these fights to stay alive. There's some more tankiness, though, that could be added to the lineup here for TSM. It is going to be the Garen locked in here as the swaps come through. So Garen, Galio, and Rengar for TSM. They have 5 brand new champions this time around. Meanwhile, the Ezreal is going to be piloted by So Agridici. Now, this is a pick that I have been a big proponent of in previous games. Ezreal not considered to be as strong in the meta right now as he was pretty recently, but he still has the tools that he's always had. He still has the Arcane Shift to get out of trouble. He's still able to farm safely if the support wants to roam, which Alistar certainly can do. Very early on, Ezreal's able to get out of trouble. He's able to farm safely. He's even able to join fights from a distance with the Arcane Shift in, and the Mystic shots are so long range, he can often participate in those fights safely. Finally, the True Shot Barrage able to participate in cross-map plays, which does give you some more opportunities to look at those side lanes. To wait and see how successful it is here for Soagridici. Match point for Soagridici. Trip to the grand finals on the line. TSM need to rack up 2 wins in a row. Wait and see if we have any bizarre level 1s as we had in game number 1. Perhaps not. Looks like a line of skirmish being drawn, although a little bit of scuffling there top side. Don't think it's going to result in too much. It's a little bit of damage on both top laners. And we do have the Ezreal mid. So, as one shouldn't be surprised by after a very bizarre couple of picks in game number 1, actually it is Suits piloting the Seraphine there in the bot side. So, Seraphine, Alistar is the combination there bot side into the Braum Corki. And the Ezreal, at least for mana for the time being, staying in the mid lane here. It's very interesting. Now we'll wait and see. The tables have really turned here. Now it's Mike who's going to be on the Garen. And on the other hand, actually Sony has been shifted to mid lane there in the Galio. So some very interesting swaps coming through here. TSM swapping their mid and top laners. So only Sony being the one piloting the Galio this time around. And now it is the Renekton. 9 Norvis on the Renekton. Last time he was up against the Renekton. Played that side of the matchup very, very effectively. Now it is him up against the Garen this time, piloted by Mike. See if he can find any advantages that TSM were not able to find with the Renekton pick in game number 1. Already saw Verdici up. Handful of gold. And we have an engage here bot side, or rather just a peel. Sight throwing some headbutts the way of the Rengar, keeping Tedis at arm's length. Oh, excuse me, I'm still on the screen. My bad on that. And top side, gearing up for a dive. Now this was what worked very, very well for the divey of Soagridici this time around. And Soagridici now being on the diving end of this situation, decide, yeah, it didn't work out so well for TSM last time. Think we're good. 9 Norvis dishing out some nice damage there on the pool party. Renekton, but resets coming in for both top laners. And a quiet game for the time being. Infernal Drake will be the first objective available along with the Rift Herald, but that's a couple minutes away. No summoner spells even being burned yet. Sheen picked up there for Tedis, so I do wonder if perhaps he will look for more of a kind of not necessarily a tank Rengar, but something with a little bit more survivability, potentially with something like the Triforce. Into, I mean, you could even go something like a Sterix Gauge. We'll wait and see exactly what he wants to itemize towards, but considering I think a lot of this may hinge on the Galio using the heroic entrance on the Rengar, he may want a little bit of extra survivability. Mid lane, though, just a little bit of a scuffle here. There will be the option, of course, for Petroni to take the special delivery, take the package directly into the back line, and get Sony's heroic entrance over the top. But again, the Corki doesn't necessarily want to put himself in that much danger unless he has a quick out. Mike, even on the Garen, could be the facilitator for the heroic entrance. We'll have to wait and see how TSM does want to play these fights and what the response is going to be from Soagridici. Certainly with the Gragas, Renekton, and the Alistar, a lot of tanks are going to be able to try to disrupt that engage from TSM and as well facilitate the Seraphine and the Encore in particular. Both junglers investigating bot side here. Drake has spawned, Rift Herald available, but both junglers seem to have a preference for the Drake right now. Looks like Letter just trying to sniff out the fact that TSM has not started that one. Tedis, on the other hand, looks like he does want to. And 9 Norvis has figured out they've started this one up, and now both teams gearing up for a fight. Ultimates all available, summoner spells all available. Drake ticking down, 2.5K. Letter's got to get in there. There's the Glacial Fissure. They're going to find one. The cast knocks everybody. They found the Corki, forced to flash away. Meanwhile, already first blood to SA. Nine Norvis finds the kill on the backside of that, but Sight goes down. Both supports dead, and now it is Nine Norvis looking to chase down Sony if he has the Ruthless Predator coming off cooldown soon. There it is, and he does find the kill. Now Thrill the Hunt comes in, but Nine Norvis is pretty tanky. There's the barrier. He's buying a lot of time here. Slice and Dice will get him out. The route there to the Corki could be very dangerous. Oh, Petroni survives with a sliver of HP there. So Agredici win the fight 2-1. And they should pick up the Drake for the trouble. Carlito has got to be careful here. He's the only one here. I'm not sure what the Brum is looking for. Okay, he'll be fine. So Agredici pick up the Infernal Drake, and already here in game number 2, off to a nice little start here. Eyeing a trip to the Copa America Grand Finals. Now looking for the concussive blows. Here comes the Corki. Petroni with the Valkyrie. The Rengar's on the way. Throw the Hunt not there. No way for Tennis to get in. And the peel away is good there from Sight and Suits. Now potentially eyeing a dive, but there's no minions here. Yeah, they can't do it. Tennis will just take the Krugs for the time being. And again, Mena, who has such a brain to sniff out these dives, knows it's on the way. Sight and Suits have called for support. It's a very tanky Alistar, but not tanky enough. Encore finds 2, the heal coming forth. Carlito taking a lot of damage. The main has got to get out of there. The Ignite, the barrier is not going to keep the Ezreal alive. TSM find 2. They're looking for more. Can they find the dive? Very, very low. They need the concussive blows, and they do. The missile gets a triple kill for Petroni on the Corki. 3-0-1. TSM pick up the first turret. They turn this game around. 1,000 gold lead. Now Letter. Oh no, the cast finds 4. Letter's looking for a quadra kill. He's found 1, but the concussive blows. The two-shot barrage is not enough. Now it is Sights who's back, but Tennis is healing so much. Finally, one at the back end of that. It winds up being a 1-for-2 in that fight for Agredici. They're looking for more. Sony's gonna back away. Heads up play by Letter. He saw the quadra kill in his eyes, but it wasn't enough. We're going to replay of this dive here. Well played by TSM this time. The coordination looking much, much better than the dives in game number 1. This time they have the Braum. They look to just stack up those stuns. The Encore finds only 2. Not enough. The Glacial Fissure finds the Ezreal. They burn the Arcane Shift and the Flash, and it's still not enough. Ignite is there. Petroni as well. On point with these missiles. Flash forward by Tennis to get a little bit more damage, and they get 3 kills onto that Corki 80 carry. Already has the Essence Reaver, is going to be so potent. It's going to help him a lot. 5,000 gold now for the Corki. Make that 6,000. Still actually down compared to Nine Norvis, who has accumulated a ton of gold. This time around, the Renekton matchup working up really well for Agredici. But here we have a dive on the Mena. Flashless Ezreal. Nothing he can do. There's the re-engage coming through from Letter. The Encore is not finding anybody. There's the Hero's Entrance over the top. They're trying to take down the Braum. One more auto would do it, but he's still alive. Agredici, though. Letter, not with a lot of mana left. Flashing back into the turret is Sight. Tennis able to pick up that kill. TSM, they find a triple kill now for Tennis. TSM, it's been their game to take the last few minutes. They're finding every fight. Nine Norvis wants something here. Does look for the tower dive. Dominus pop. Flash. Ruthless Predator onto the Braum. He's found 1. He's found 2. He's looking for the triple. And there, right away, the rampage for Nine Norvis. This time he's not in the mouth fight. This time he's on the Croc, and he is looking lethal. TSM find a couple of kills, but Agredici answer right back. 1,500 gold lead now for them. 8-8 the kill scores. Both teams out for blood in game number 2. 30 seconds away from the Cloud Drake, and I do believe Petroni has the special delivery for the next fight. We'll have it for the Drake fight. Nice little question mark going to be popped there by Mike. And now we have a fight potentially over this Drake. Just scuffling over wards for the time being. Tennis, though, is going to get engaged on. A lot of damage onto the Rengar. The cast going to knock him back. He'll get out. There's a special delivery, but it's not going to find anybody. And there is the Corki dead. Petroni is gone. Agredici have every right to win this game. Double kill, win this fight, rather. Mena has picked up a pair of kills and may have just earned his team the Drake. Tedis did fall in the back end of that fight. Cloud Drake on the way of Soagridici, and here we see they find the catch out on Tedis, and then the special delivery in on the Corki. That's what I talked about. You can have the special delivery go in, but if Corki doesn't have an easy way out, it can be disastrous. And the roots coming through. Remember, Seraphine will root anyone who's slowed, and it's so easy to find slows in Wild Rift. And now Tedis could be caught out again. What's he doing here? He's buying a little bit of time. He's still alive somehow. Maybe TSM have found the fight. Burning down the Renekton. They've killed the front line of Soagridici. They want more. Looking for the kills. They've already found a third one. They found a fourth one with the Demacian Justice. They need the ace. Can they find Letter? They should. The chase down is huge from the Garen. Mike leading the charge. Letter finds one at the back end. And now potentially the Gragas has found his escape route. Yes, but TSM find a huge fight, 1 for 4. Rift-Herald Summit as well will not get any mileage out of that. And here we see Tedis buying so much time. This was my question. If the hero's entrance is onto the Rengar, maybe itemization, he has to make sure that he's able to buy enough time. He lures them in perfectly. He makes sure Soagridici sticks around, and the whole team just piles on top of him. Cask is able to get 1 kill at the end of that for Letter, but it's a very, very small consolation for Soagridici. Still in control of the game at 2,000 gold up, but TSM showing the capabilities of their comp there. If the hero's entrance is well coordinated and played around well. Mike as well leading the charge on the Garen. So we see the Trinity Force coming through. The Gargoyles as well. Excellent choice. I love it by Tedis there. He knows he has to buy some time there. He's a bit of a frontliner in this comp. They find one more auto. They found Letter. Down goes the Gragas. That is a big shutdown going over to the Rengar, and the Baron should be the target here. There's no smite for 30 seconds now for Soagridici. They've got to find a fight. SA have got to find this. Few-Shot Barrage finds a few. They're gonna hit Carlito through all the hunt is there. The Encore comes forward. That's big. It finds 3. Is there any follow-up damage? Mayna's the only one. He's gonna get taunted up. And still, all of TSM are alive. Here's entrance there. Mayna, though, he's still cleaning up. The heals are big. The sustain coming forth now for Soagridici. The dive is there. 9. Norvis picks up a double kill. There is one more. 8th for Soagridici, and now, just as soon as it seemed like TSM had a Baron angle, Soagridici should have an easy, uncontested Baron, and already 5.5k up. They should break this game wide open, and they may have just booked their ticket to the Grand Finals. See, there was the pick onto the Gragas, onto Letter that potentially looked like it might be TSM's ticket back into this game. It was an excuse to start the Baron, but the kiting potential here from Suits and Mayna, they just cannot find him. It was a huge encore. And here we see the turret coming through. The hero's entrance canceled as well. And TSM, they just don't have the sustain. When you've got a Seraphine Ezreal that can just hang out in these fights for so long, the Alistar is even going to heal people up with the passive. Even Gragas is able to heal himself. You wonder if some grievous wounds couldn't get some mileage here. Oh, the body slam misses off of the cast, but it doesn't matter. Down goes Patroni. The Glacial Fisher is there, and now Sight leading the charge. They find the charm under the Braum. Carlito, though, will be okay. Now the stun by potentially the turn for TSM. The Demacian Justice is enough. They find 1 in the middle of 3. Once again is 9 Norvis. That's such a big croc. He is unstoppable on the Renekton right now. There is nothing TSM can do against 9 Norvis this series. Soagridici, they lose 1, but they find a pair of kills. The siege continues now. And with the range they've got, their siege very effective unless TSM can find a big engage here. Through all the hunt is popped. But I don't think Tedis sees any capability there. He's going to go in. He's not going to find anybody forced back. TSM, though, they have some big health bars to play around. They will force Soagridici back for the time being, but while defending top, look at mid. 9 Norvis, who else picks that one up on the Renekton? It looks like Soagridici will call off the charge after accumulating a 12,000 gold lead. An excellent Baron power play from them. And you see TSM, they do rightly punish Sight here with the Demacian Justice, but there again, 9 Norvis, he flashes in with a slice and dice. He even goes golden to buy some extra time. and there's just not enough damage on TSM to get through any of these members, much less the Renekton. Now Carlito could be caught out. He'll be okay for now. And it looks like TSM are content to trade this Elder Mountain Drake for that top lane outer turret. It's not the best trade, but potentially all that TSM is able to do here. So Agredici, with every single Drake, 6 turrets, make that 7, up 10,000 gold now. Very little that TSM can do at this point in the game. The scaling is incredible from Agredici as well. Leave alone the Renekton. This Ezreal Seraphine combination has reached its apex. Now it's left to Tedis to try to find something on the back end of this throw. The hunt is popped. TSM looking for something. Encore comes forward, is gonna whip. And now looking for the roots, looking for the hero's entrance there. Already Mena has taken down the Rengar, and now TSM, this is disaster for Trody. The flank from Letter, the body slam is gonna find only one, but it does isolate. The cask is gonna be huge. It isolates everybody from TSM. Petroni doing his best on the Corki to try. But meanwhile, it is Nine Norvis hammering on the nexus of TSM, putting the final nails in the coffin of TSM. So Agredici, they've killed 3, only 2 members of TSM left, and Nine Norvis is tanking the Nexus for days here. Carlito, the last one standing, the stun is gonna take him down. Going golden. Lifeguard Renekton is on duty, and so Agredici are headed to the grand finals of the Copa America. We see a replay of the final fight here. So chaotic. You think, again, with the Encore not there, that potentially this is the play for TSM. But again, the kite back, they just can't get on anybody. And Petroni is the only one who can deal any damage in these fights. And how can you expect him to dodge everything, especially with so much AoE coming out from the Seraphine and the True Shot Barrage from the Ezreal? At the end of the day, Petroni is not able to do enough. We saw some flashes of brilliance from TSM's mid laner turned AD carry here in game number 2. But the MVP goes over to Suits on the Seraphine, who is hugely instrumental here. I think I have to get a shout out to Nine Norvis, though. Diving so deep there in the Renekton, knowing the limits, pushing the limits of the champion, even smartly going for the wit's end. Knowing that the heavy damage coming out from TSM is the Corki, which is largely AP, and Sony's Galio, the wit's end getting a lot of mileage there. Smart optimization, and even the Zanyas, which may come as a surprise to some Renekton players, but it winds up working out perfectly in a couple of those fights. Well played by the whole of So Agredici. They show off these Seraphine comps, and they get the 2-0 over TSM. That means So Agredici are waiting in the finals, the grand finals of the Copa America, Latin America South, Brazil division here in the upper bracket. That means TSM, well, it's not over for them yet. They're going to have to head down to the lower bracket finals and await the winner of the lower bracket semis. Now, I'll get you word on whether that match has already happened or if that's something that we're going to check out here on broadcast as soon as I have it, but it will be So Agredici guaranteeing either first or second place for themselves here. TSM not out of it yet. We'll see if they can fight their way back for a rematch against SA in the grand finals. The path is there. As you can see, the gold graph, brief dip there in favor of TSM, as we saw some nice plays coming out bot side, getting some gold onto Petronius Corki, but at the end of the day, was not enough, and SA played this Seraphine Ezreal comp to perfection at these final fights. As you see the bracket on your screen, so Agredici advancing out of the semifinals to the finals. And thank you, Nihi. I have received word from our producer that we will, in fact, not be watching the lower semifinals. I believe the next matchup we'll be seeing then is the lower bracket finals. Should be, I believe, TSM versus the winner of that lower bracket match. I'll throw that up on your screens right now. Furious Gaming versus VIVO KEYD. I'll get you word on the winner of that best of 3 as soon as we have it. That winner of that lower semifinal will be matching up against TSM in our next match. And actually, I'm getting word now that we will actually get a chance to check out Furious Gaming versus VIVO KEYD, the third match of the semifinals of the lower bracket that you can see on your screen there. It is a 1-to-1 series right now. Game 3 decides who moves on to the lower bracket finals and faces off against TSM. So we'll be jumping into that game shortly, as we'll slide back into our MGA analyst desk here. So a pretty impressive series, all things considered, by So Agredici. The second game around, a pretty standard comp, all things considered, using the Gragas that was banned away from them in game number 1. They pilot that, and they go with the Ezreal pick, which I really, really like. You saw how many times now Mena, a couple times, I remember that bot side play, the flash and the Arcane Shift wasn't enough to get away. But once they got online, they got a couple of items to their names. The Seraphine Ezreal scaling came in so huge. They're able to kite away so effectively. And really, TSM did not have the tools to get on somebody when it's a real long lane where they're just chasing them down with the kite away. The only way they're able to find anything is during the laning phase, when they could have the Rengar jump in there, when Tatus could jump in and potentially find a flank with the Rengar. I do like the itemization of the Rengar coming out with the Trinity Force with the Gargoyle for his accessory there, which really did help the Rengar survive in some of these fights. And it looked like TSM maybe had some opportunities, but ultimately that single carry comp with the Corki, it's so difficult when you've got only one carry, because that's the only damage source. If the Corki goes down, the team fight is over, and it's really hard for the Corki to stay alive in those fights. Patroni tried their darndest to stay alive on the Corki, but at the end of the day, it was not enough. We'll wait and see and get word here on, I think we'll be jumping into draft there for game number 3 of the lower bracket semifinals. VIVO KEYD versus Furious Gaming, now tied 1-to-1. I'll get you word on that as soon as I receive it, but should be a good matchup. We've gotten a chance to see both these teams already throughout the tournament a few times. Both of them having made their way all the way through the lower bracket. You can follow their journey here. Of course, VIVO KEYD all the way from round number 1 of the lower bracket, having lost in round number 1 of the upper bracket. Furious Gaming all the way in lower bracket round 4, so making a decent run in the upper bracket before getting knocked down. But VIVO KEYD, for them to advance all the way to the lower bracket finals would be incredibly impressive, given that, and actually I'll throw the bracket up on your screen here, given that VIVO KEYD have adventured, as you can see, all the way from round number 1 there. Now up against Furious Gaming, the question is, which of these two teams is going to win game number 3 here of this best of 3 and advance to face off against TSM? We'll find out in a few minutes. We're going to head off to a brief break. Don't go anywhere. Furious Gaming versus VIVO KEYD when we return. Welcome back, everybody. We're ready for some more Wild Rift Copa America action here. So this matchup is between VIVO, KEYD, and Furious Gaming. Each team has already taken one game in this best-of-3 series. That means game 3. Everything's on the line. Match point for both squads. We're jumping right into draft already here. So a couple of bans came through. Seraphine, Rengar, Galio, and Xin Zhao. And I believe we'll see those on your screen as well. Yes, as you can see. And Blitzcrank ban, I assume these are just some extra throwaway bans, since I believe we're just doing 2 bans per team. So the extra bans are just kind of some throwaway ones. We'll wait and see what does come through there. Should be the Galio ban lastly here. Okay, well, we'll see. I believe that Blitzcrank should be a Galio ban, if I'm not mistaken here, as Rengar, Seraphine, Galio, Xin Zhao should be the bans there. So first pick here for VIVO KEYD looks like it is going to be the Corki. So interesting that a lot of the priority is rising for the Corki right now. Corki has been somebody that's been pretty strong since the release of Wild Rift here. So obviously a lot of AD carries and even mid laners are going to be pretty proficient on the champion. It's kind of like I always relate it to a Lee Sin, where it's one of these champions that even if it's not particularly meta, a lot of times there's some skill expression available, and it's going to be a champion that provides some utility regardless of the state of the champion in the meta. The response: Lucian and Twisted Fate. And of course, it's always interesting to wonder, of course, what developed earlier on in this series, if some of these bans coming through, like the Rengar and the Seraphine, and particularly the Xin Zhao, might be related to some pocket picks or some champions that seem to work really well in this particular series. Hence the extra priority on champions that might not particularly be viewed as in the meta. Seraphine certainly has been showing up a lot throughout the tournament. I've always been praising the champion and just how strong it is. It's been just about a free win for a lot of these teams. But learned a lot of picks coming through. The Aurelion Sol, Mouse God. Once again, those of you who have been watching the Copa America coverage for a while will remember Mouse God's Aurelion Sol. Extremely dangerous. And once again, it is going to sneak through. Looks like the Gragas Camille is going to be the lock-in here for VIVO KEYD. On the other hand, the Nami locked in, so this should send the Lucian bot lane there with the TF mid lane. Let's see what the final pick for Furious Gaming is going to be. The Fizz jungle looks like it will be coming through here. See if it's the Renekton there into what should be the top lane Camille there for VIVO KEYD, but opportunity to flex around. So the swap does come through. Who are you going to be piloting? That Camille. And no, okay, I'm mistaken here. So this should be a Gragas support going bot side with the Corki. The Fizz jungle going to be coming through once again. Didn't work out for TSM as we saw earlier in the day. And the Malphite is going to be that final top lane pick for Furious Gaming. So Malphite up against the Camille top side should be an interesting matchup. Malphite, a champion that we've seen, if he can survive some of the pressure that some of these powerful hard carry top laners can exert, can be a big payoff. Looking at the team comp, though, a lot of magic damage, in fact, coming out from VIVO KEYD, so not the easiest for Malphite to itemize against. In fact, Camille, the only one doing any physical damage for VIVO KEYD. We're going to be loading into the Rift here. Game number 3, VIVO KEYD versus Furious Gaming. Winner heads to the lower bracket finals against TSM. Loser is out of the tournament. They'll be locked in with a 4th place slot. Hey, they still got some prize money. Congrats to them for making it this far, but only one team can advance further. So we see Mouse God's Aurelion Sol. Yes, has been so lethal every time it's gotten through pick ban. Furious Gaming, they let it through once again. We'll see if they come to regret it or if they think they've got the solution. Pressure there, dishing out the cards in the mid lane, and both these champions so adept at cruising over to the side lanes. Have to wait and see where they'd like to go. One would assume Mouse God is perhaps looking top lane at his Camille. See if they can't get that Camille a little bit more ahead in that matchup. Bot side here, Max KEYD and E-Buddy with the double range matchup should be feeling pretty good. Piercing Light dodged out from there by Shaka. Cloud Drake will be our first Drake of the game, and already we do have 0-8 looking here. Bot side gank. They may have found Maxine. Yes, first blood goes over to Kodaki and VIVO KEYD. All summoner spells burned by Furious Gaming's bot lane, and here we have a replay. They just catch out Maxine. They thought they had the kill onto Shaka there, who's been poked out already. Baited in expertly by the bot lane of VIVO KEYD. Furious Gaming give up first blood. Here in game number 3, response is going to be Echo picking up a Scuttle Crab there on the top side. Not much recompense, and actually this blue buff going to be stolen away. So the Scuttle Crab might have gone over. Oh, I do believe that went the way of 0-8. Not sure if that was intentional or not. He's already full mana, but all right. He's going to swiftly try to look for a dive here, and now he could be in trouble. Playful Tricks are already used. Okay. E-Buddy, no flash, and oh no! Over the wall goes Shaka. Maxine is able to survive. Remember, still for a couple of minutes here, Furious Gaming's bot lane has no summoner spells. Couple of close calls there, but they wind up surviving, and now the reset's coming through for everybody on the bot side of the map. That is a very big star, and that's going to be the stun there from Mouse God. Wow, that is the size of the entire lane and then some. 1.5 lanes. Mouse God showing off his capabilities on the Star Dragon. He's got pretty much the entire universe under his control there in the mid lane, but Mouse God yet to find any kills, yet to find the money in this game at this point. And here we go, action on the bot side. Here comes Echo looking for some kills. They found the Gragas, but the body slam, nicely done, stops pressure immediately when the Destiny comes forth. 2 versus 4. Now pressure may have stepped too far, forced to flash away the heal. There's the bubble onto Shaka. The final auto will find it. E-Buddy does not have any cooldowns left to look for a second kill, but Furious Gaming in a 4 versus 2 that initially looked like they got outplayed on do find the kill in the end. Down a couple hundred gold. And meanwhile, top side, a dive came through. Looks like the Malphite did go down. The response from VIVO KEYD. Now here comes Mouse God looking for his first action. Needs a little bit more damage, but the bubble is there. And E-Buddy burns the heal even. Mouse God uses the barrier at the end of the day. Nobody dies. Cloud Drake up in a couple seconds. Here we have the gank there. So nicely done from Shaka. Perfectly body slams pressure right as the Destiny comes in and Echo comes in. So disrupts it, and then Kodaki and Shaka, they think, oh, maybe we have a kill here, and Shaka just extends a little bit too far, and a perfect bubble by Maxine punishes him for it. Here we have a hook shot there on the pressure. It's not going to find the stun. The Twisted Fate will be okay, but just the pressure is enough. VIVO KEYD will pick up this Cloud Drake. Response is going to be a Rift Herald from Furious Gaming on the top side. And with no Cloud Drake up top, that should be it. And there is the Chum the Waters onto the Malphite. Libra could be in trouble here, should go down. Cask is going to finish it off, and the kill credit goes over to Kodaki. Now looking for the dive. Nope, Mouse God will back away with that. VIVO KEYD, they find another kill. Libra on the Malphite has been exploited to this point in the game. Furious Gaming, though, has a response to the top side. They've taken down one turret. They have the Rift Herald. They're looking for another one. The Rift Herald push is going to outdo whatever VIVO KEYD is able to muster. Furious Gaming now could be taking a kill here in the mid lane. Yes, down goes Maxine, and now the Unstoppable Force is going to find the Fizz. Can they get one more auto? Oh no, I think Pressure thought he was dead. There, though, is E-Buddy to pick up the final kill. He'll get the kill credit. Shaka very tanky on the Gragas, but I don't think he has a way out here. Furious Gaming with a big punish there for the overextension mid lane. And we'll get a replay here. Flash away, Chum the Waters. Unfortunately, there was no Unstoppable Force available. Wasn't able to flash away from 0-8's ultimate. And ultimately is punished. Meanwhile, you can see on your map's top side, They did pick up 2 turrets there, did Furious Gaming, and here we have a replay of the dive mid lane. Nicely done with the Hextech Ultimatum flashing away. And yeah, you can see this is where Fizz can be key. He actually takes less damage from some of these abilities through his passive, so he survives just long enough. At the end of the day, he does go down. E-Buddy roams down and is able to pick up a pair of kills there for Furious Gaming, but still this game neck and neck. Here in game number 3, it's an absolute banger. Both teams hungry for that trip to the lower bracket finals, hungry for a showdown against TSM. We'll wait and see who is able to pick it up. Now it looks like it's VIVO KEYD looking top side, and this time wisely backing away is Libra, because Furious Gaming have picked up turret in the bot side. They're up 3-1 now in turrets. VIVO, though, should be able to answer that top side, and the last outer turret remaining is VK's mid lane turret. And again, Furious Gaming are out pushing VIVO KEYD. They have got 2 turrets now on the bot side. Teleport coming in here. Not sure what for. I guess looking for, okay, they're looking for Maxi. The ultimatum, the cask might be enough. Maxi is going to be very low. There is the Chum the Waters. That could be an unstoppable force. The Nami is dead. Now Libra maybe overextended here. Furious Gaming trying to fight this one. Now they have to fight the Cyclone, but they are down several men, and E-Buddy forced to flash back under the turret. Furious Gaming, they find the turrets, but then they give away a couple of kills, but I don't think they needed to. They could have just played safe under the turret. Still, though, VIVO KEYD and Furious Gaming tied just about dead even right now. Yeah, we see that turret picked up bot side, and then immediately the cask Hextech Ultimatum there. They find Maxeed, and Furious Gaming, I mean, maybe could have just sacrificed the Nami. I mean, there's no need for Libra to go in on that. Teammates are very far away, and then E-Buddy and Echo do go in near the end of this fight, but not able to find anything and really just wind up burning their flashes and ultimates for really nothing. At the end of the day, though, both teams still even in gold. 8 minutes in, we do not have a clear winner. Chum the Waters finally going to go wide. 0-8 has not missed a lot of those, and Maxeed flashed away there. Not sure that was necessary. That cooldown could be punished. Maxeed has been a target here. Maxeed and Libra both 0 and 3. Only members of Furious Gaming to die. Have been the target of a lot of dives here. Now VK, they start the Drake. There's the tidal wave. In goes 0-8. There's a Cyclone over the top. The special delivery is not going to find anybody. Unstoppable force into 2, and the steal comes through. Furious Gaming, they found the Drake, but can they find the fight? E-Buddy goes down. Still alive somehow is the Camille. The punishment being dished out. Now maybe the Corki overextended. No, the Valkyrie will get Kodaki out of trouble, and now Pressure could be the target. He does go down. VIVO KEYD lose the Drake, but they are just slaughtering FG. Libra, the last man standing, will safely get out, but VIVO KEYD find 4 kills despite losing the Drake. Now up 2,000 gold as we see everybody's concentrating on the Drake here for the most part, save for Mouse God, who is just buying time here. Stops E-Buddy, gets the 2-man stun here, and that is enough. Mouse God is able to run interference on some of the damage dealers from FG. And nicely done by Kodaki as well, just kiting back with the Valkyrie. And there you see they're able to pick up the kill onto Pressure. They even find Echo, and Kodaki somehow survives there in mortal danger. Mouse God even able to find another one in the backside of this, of course, give another kill to Huya. Nicely done by VIVO KEYD. Losing only the Drake, but winning the fight. They're now up 3,000 gold. We'll see if they can push that lead further. You can see Huya with a massive advantage over Libra now, up 3,000 gold, all just in the top lane. So the gold advantage is about 3.5k. Almost all of that is on Huya, on the Camille. 204, 2 items to 1 for poor Libra on the Malphite, who is just having a terrible time of it right now. And again, I mean, itemizing the armor, but this really is not going to do anything to Malphite. This Malphite's going to get melted. Corki Fizz, Aurelion Soul, Gragas. This is all AP damage. It's going to slice right through the Malphite. And that's really the only tanky member that Furious Gaming have. They don't have much of a front line here. The Wukong as well. The Guardian Angel is nice, but it's only providing armor. There's no magic resist to speak of for Furious Gaming against a quad AP comp. And it means that VK are going to feel even more ahead than the 4,000 gold advantage they already have. Pressure. Looking for Mouse God. Looks like that'll be it. Infernal will be our next Drake. Baron, of course, on the table now. Next team fight win could mean the purple buff is awarded to the team that comes out on top here. And you can see Huya just ignoring the Malphite, does not care. Actually takes a sizable amount of damage there between the turret and the Sunfire. And a little bit of MR starting to come through now for Libra. Is going to help him a little bit, but he's going to need a lot more than that. I mean, just the Spectre's Cowl is not going to be enough. You know, once he gets 1 or 2 MR items, he'll start feeling pretty good there. But the question is, I mean, will some Magic Pen come through here from 0-8 and the rest of VIVO KEYD? It's entirely possible, and that could be devastating. Not to mention the Blade of the Rune King there for Huya is going to be so effective in the 1 versus 1 in the side lane against this Malphite. It's going to slice right through him. I mean, Libra, sure, the armor is maybe going to help you against the Camille, but Camille has the Blade of the Rune King and has the true damage built into her kit. So at the end of the day, it's not really going to do that much. So it really feels bad to be Libra's Malphite in this game. You can see Huya dancing in and out there. They're contesting this blue buff, and it does go the way of 0-8, who has just been living in the blue jungle of Furious Gaming. 5,000 gold advantage now for VIVO KEYD as the Infernal Drake does spawn. Should be there for the taking unless Furious Gaming make a beeline there right away. I don't think they're aware of it. A little slow to the chase now, but maybe they're just in time. Nice special delivery. He's just going to try to zone him off, but here comes 0-8, who does steal it. Echo steals it. Rather, it is the Wukong who picks it up. There's the unstoppable force, and now the fight. Firing away is Kodaki, who's untouched in this one. Libra is going to be caught. The Guardian Angel comes through, but I think 0-8 is going to be able to pick up the kill. Yes, it is 3 kills for 1 for VIVO KEYD, and they have their eyes on a trip to the finals of the lower bracket up against TSM. Again, VK, the special delivery, I thought it was smart. The Chum the Waters goes wide there as well. I thought the special delivery was smart to try to just zone away Furious Gaming, but Echo just walks right into the line of fire, does pick up the Drake, but you can see there's just no damage here. And somehow, meanwhile, looking with that man advantage, it looks like VIVO KEYD picked up the bot lane inhibitor. So they've really blown this game wide open at this point with nearly 7,000 gold, their advantage. Elder Ocean Drake will be the next one, and if it's anything like the last few Drake fights, Furious Gaming will pick it up at the cost of several of their members. And that's not really getting the job done for Furious Gaming. They're rapidly losing control in this game. They're down a sizable amount of gold. And if that Baron buff goes over to VIVO KEYD, or even with just a team fight win and then a push afterwards, could be disaster. Could be the game, and they're the Chum the Waters. Pressure forced to flash away, but he cannot escape. Okay, no, he will be okay for the time being. Now the turn comes through. Furious Gaming trying to turn this one around. Cyclone won't find anybody. Culling goes wide. Unstoppable force misses from Libra. The cast separates everybody. The Malphite is dead. Everything going wrong there for Furious Gaming. They can't land a single ability. And a lot of summoner spells burned, a lot of flashing health bars means that mid lane inner turret does go down. And now VIVO KEYD, they've got their eyes on the Baron. This could be it. Echo, he's been true with the smite steals. He's been on point, but he's not there in time. He's not there in time. VIVO KEYD have found the Baron. Now they're looking for the fight. Flash away there from the Gragas. He survives with a sliver of HP. No, he does go down. Furious Gaming, they find one, but they've already lost several. They may cost themselves the game here with that contest after the Baron was already taken. Max Seed goes down. There is the ace coming through for VIVO KEYD, and they're wearing purple. Libra, the Malphite, the last man standing. Can he possibly hope to stop this? He cannot. He's not even going to try. The Nexus goes down, and VIVO KEYD will head off to the lower bracket finals to face off against TSM. Here we have a replay here. So Pressure is forced to burn everything just to stay alive, and it makes this fight so disjointed. The Culling doesn't find anybody. The Cyclone doesn't find anybody. The Unstoppable Force does not find anybody. And Furious Gaming, missing all of those ultimates, cannot possibly hope to win a fight 7,000 gold down. And that results in the Baron pick up by VIVO KEYD. And I mean, hey, potentially, maybe there's an opportunity to look for a steal earlier there, but Furious Gaming instead, they can test this Baron team after they're already taken it. Remember, Baron buffs your AD and AP, so this 10,000 gold lead probably feels more like an 11 or 12,000 gold lead, and it just becomes impossible. Just the stat sticks, the wallets here are too heavy for VIVO KEYD. Furious Gaming not able to do anything there. And Mouse God's Aurelian Soul, sure, he had some nice stunts there, but it was Kodaki 905 on the Corki who's going to pick up the MVP here. I think I have to give a shout out to 08 there on the Fizz, especially I was questioning the Fizz pick a bit, just having seen TSM's Fizz jungle earlier, but 08 did a really nice job. He was constantly in Echo's jungle pressuring the Wukong, and sure, you can say Echo got a couple of those Drakes, but it was 08 who was thinking, okay, this Drake isn't what's really important. If we can get a couple of kills instead of the Drake, trade the Drake for 3 kills and then get a turret or 2, we'll take that every time. Furious Gaming's Drakes didn't amount to anything this game. And credit to 08 as well, setting Libra behind. That's what I talked about. Fizz can be so good with the diving. You have to be coordinated. As with any multi-man dive, you have to be coordinated. You have to make sure you're dropping the aggro at the right times. The right person starts off the dive. But clearly 08 and Huya were coordinated on that. That Camille Fizz combo got so ahead, and Libra as the Malphite, he's so behind, and the itemization is so difficult against this team. You want to build armor? Okay, that's not going to work against Camille. She has Blade of the Rune King of True Damage. You want to build MR? Well, that's great, but Malphite hates building MR, and that means he's going to lose the side lane even harder to the Camille. So Libra being down so much gold was exploited in this game. Credit to Furious Gaming to make it this far, hey, and even take VIVO KEYD to game number 3 of this series. But it's VIVO KEYD who come out on top, and they're going to advance to face off against TSM for the right to head to the finals and face Soag Radici. And you can check out the gold lead there, of course. Certainly very even for a long time here. It actually took quite a while for VIVO KEYD to really build an advantage here. So credit to Furious Gaming for playing this round 1 out well. And think of how ahead that Huya was over Libra in that gold. Built up a 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead over the Malphite. So it's credit to the rest of the map for Furious Gaming. They were constantly going for these trades. They get twice. They got 2 turrets traded on the opposite side of the map by just playing that yin-yang style I talk about. You know, they go one spot, you go the other spot. You always go where the enemy is not. And with those trades, you can be really, really effective in making sure that you're mitigating any advantages the enemy is getting by striking back on the other part of the map. At the end of the day, though, it was VIVO KEYD's team fighting that was crucial, and Huya's ability to find these picks to dive so deep with the hook shot into the Hextech ultimatum set things up in these fights. And VIVO KEYD are triumphant over Furious Gaming here. They'll be facing off against TSM, which should be a very mouthwatering matchup. Now, both these teams have shown a penchant for picking some of these picks that historically have not been huge. The Fizz seems to be something these teams are eyeing up as very effective in the jungle. It didn't work out for TSM, but all things considered, pretty solid for VK in that game. And it seemed to work very well into the Wukong as well. As we'll jump back to our analyst desk here, caster desk. Welcome back to our Copa America MGA Wild Rift analyst desk. And VIVO KEYD versus TSM is coming right up. We'll get you some word on that ASAP, but should be a good one. Both of these teams showing, again, the willingness to pick some very interesting comps, the willingness to venture a little bit further away from the meta. Should be really fun to see what these teams bring forward in pick and ban phase, but that's a few minutes away. We'll head to a quick break here, but when we return, the losers bracket finals, TSM versus VIVO KEYD for a right to head to the grand finals. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everybody. We are back for more Wild Rift. This time, it's TSM versus VIVO KEYD, who just triumphed over Furious Gaming in a series. Well, we only got to see Game 3, but I can just tell from the way those two teams were going neck and neck for so long in that game until finally VK started to break it open on the back of the Fizz jungle and the Camille top with this huge advantage. Now VIVO KEYD are going to have to face off against TSM for the right to head to the grand finals, where So Agredici is waiting. This game will decide the third place. The loser of this game will get third place in the tournament. Again, top 4 teams going to share this prize pool, so even getting third, hey, you get something. Credit to these teams making it this far. The last 3 standing now are TSM, VIVO KEYD, and So Agredici. But first things first, TSM versus VIVO KEYD should be a good one. We already have some bans coming in here. Gragas, Aurelion Sol, Braum, and Ziggs. Now, we'll start with Aurelion Sol, of course, no surprise. Mouse God, while the Aurelion Sol wasn't the MVP of the previous game, he did have some key stuns in some of those team fights as well, especially some of those dragon fights to facilitate just buying time and then chasing down some extra kills very effectively with the stars as well. And overall, Mouse God's reputation as an Aurelion Sol player certainly precedes him. No surprise to see that banned away. The Gragas, who has been showing up repeatedly in bans, same thing with Braum and Ziggs. Not a huge surprise there. Some of the picks left open here. Seraphine is going to be available as well. Galio. I've been talking a lot about the Jarvan, but just seeing the lack of priority on Jarvan here, I think these teams are just not happy with it. I know Jarvan, he did receive some nerfs not too long ago that kind of drove teams a little bit away from that Jarvan-Galio combination. It's also a question of where you can put the Jarvan. The nice thing about the Camille, if you do go for the Camille, you can put it either jungle or top lane. So having that flex pick opportunity is really good. I remember Tribe Gaming earlier with a really, really nice draft. They lock in Lucian Camille early on. Brilliant here. You've got mid laner or AD carry and top laner or jungle. You've given your opponent very little information. It makes it so difficult to draft against stuff like that. So that is why I think a lot of times these flex picks do get banned away. Gragas is arguably one of those. We even see the Gragas support, even the Gragas mid sometimes. And hey, we signed Olaf AD carry today. I wouldn't even put Gragas AD carry beyond the very, very back pocket, you know, last ditch secret emergency plans of some of these teams. But I'd be a bit surprised. That said, we are ready for some drafting of VIVO KEYD versus TSM. Lower bracket finals, a trip to the grand finals on the line in this best of 3 series. As the bans I already mentioned coming through, but we can of course dive a little bit into hovers. Mouse God hovering the Lucian. I really like this pick. Lucian has had a little bit of mixed success, but overall has been very effective, is very, very strong in the meta, and is very useful in 2 different roles. I think the Lucian mid, for me, I like it a little bit better just because right now, especially the way the game is played, a lot of times skirmishing over scuttle crabs, being able to roam like that is a big part of the game. And Lucian, yeah, first pick by VIVO KEYD, I love that. Lucian is able to get priority in so many matchups, roam over, help you get a scuttle crab. He can roam bot, he can roam top, he can help you with a dive. He's so effective in that regard. He doesn't have a lot of gank assists to gank him, but oh, no way we get a Vayne. Okay, unfortunate. I thought, you know, it is possible, but the Corki Alistar is the response here from TSM. So again, the Corki has risen so much in priority now. You do wonder if part of this is related to some of the itemization changes, new items like the Solari Charge Blade that have been so crazy effective right now. Corki picking that one up in the last time we saw him has worked out really well, can get him a lot of extra damage, help him with the crit builds that Corki traditionally does itemize towards, usually combined with stuff like the Essence Reaver. But it looks like maybe a Yasuo Alistar combination coming through once again. This is something that we saw TSM try previously, and I think they are going to go ahead and lock it in. Yes, so there is that Yasuo Alistar comp. This time they have added some additional possibilities. Now remember, Corki Special Delivery is a knock-up. It's a displacement at the very least. That Yasuo, Mike can use that. Actually, I'm not sure if Mike's going to be the one piloting it, but the Yasuo can last breath off of that. And the Lee Sin Dragon's Rage kick, also a knock-up. So everyone on this team now has some utility for the Yasuo. I like this, building a little bit more around him. You could even throw something like a Malphite here on top, but I'm not sure necessarily I like that. On the other hand, well, okay, there's a lot to dive in here, but Huya piloting the Fiora Very cool. Now, Huya looks great on the Camille. Got a massive advantage here. And now potentially TSM, they said, we don't want to play a Malphite into something like that. We want our own carry. Camille going to be the one. So this is such an exciting matchup. I love this. Camille versus Fiora. Very, very high skill matchup. There's opportunities for outplays all around. Camille able to dodge around, change the angles. Fiora has to approach her to hit the vitals. Camille able to dodge some of those key abilities with the Hextech ultimatum, and Fiora able to riposte the ultimatum or the hook shot with some really effective timing. It relies on the skills of these players, and we've seen so far both these top laners certainly able to show off some mechanics, and now they both get the chance in the same game here in game number 1 of this best of 3. We're going to be hitting the rift shortly as we load in TSM versus VIVO KEYD. Just doing a quick rundown of the roles here. Patroni, who we did see slot in mid lane once for TSM, is once again going to be a bot lane. Dragon lane piloting the Corki there along with the Alistar, rather than the Braum this time that was banned away. Tennis piloting the Lee Sin. Again, Lee Sin, we've seen kind of rise in priority. TSM, I think a little bit of an old school team in some regards, it seems like, falling back on comfort picks. Lee Sin and Corki, both very high priority in the Wild Rift meta for a long time. I think still viable, for sure. And especially Corki, again, with a new itemization, I think perhaps has risen. That's the explanation for the major rise priority. But interesting, okay. So my mistake here. So Patroni is going to be piloting the Corki in the mid lane this time around. And Mike is, in fact, playing the Yasuo bot with the Alistar. So that Yasuo-Alistar combination once again for TSM. We'll see if it works this time. The Olaf was picked in response, but it's 0-8s in the jungle, not slotting in the AD carry position. It is, in fact, Kodaki there, paired with Shaka on the Seraphine support. So again, we see the importance of flex picks just coming through here with the ability for the Seraphine, the Lucian, the Galio as well, to all be flexed around. I mean, hey, even the Olaf, I guess, if you ask Suits, he's probably going to tell you, yeah, Olaf's a flex pick. You can play Olaf atop. You can play Olaf AD carry, no problem. Of course, the Camille top here. Barrier for both top laners. Fleet footwork for Sony. Meanwhile, Grasp for Huya. So Huya looking to go in and proc those vitals some more. Both top laners scuffling. And now we have a 2 versus 2 here. Kodaki could be in trouble. There's the resonating strike. Exhaust, though, might slow down Tennis. And now we have 0-8. Nice wind wall is going to stop the Axe and stop the slows. And meanwhile, both mid laners fighting as well. And Axe hits 2 members of TSM. The fight over the crab commences. 0-8's hitting it, looking for the Steel Tempest. Mike did not stack it up. This looks bad for TSM. They're very low. Potentially could get chased down here. The crab. 0-8 actually did flash there. I think perhaps didn't mean to do so, but BK do pick up the Scuttle Crab. That's nice. Yeah, look at that. So Mike misses this Steel Tempest, and that could have been huge. And he misses it again there as well. So there's really no opportunity. Remember, the only thing right now that he can get a knockup off of is Alistar Pulverize or his own Steel Tempest. So really crucial there. I do like Mike's wind wall to stop the Axe. I think that probably saved Tedis from burning his flash to get away from the Olaf. End of the day, though, nobody dies except for the poor Scuttle Crab. We'll be curious to see top lane if either team does look to path that way with 2 carries up top. You have to think both these teams are considering that, communicating. As long as this wave is just locked right in the middle, though, it's hard to look for a great gank angle without potentially looking for a dive or letting your opposing laner overextend and then looking for the punish in that regard. See how Mouse God can do. Getting this farm under turret. Perfect. Oh, he missed one. Close enough. And Sumping is coming down bot side once again. A couple minutes away from that Ocean Drake, so just looking to gank for the sake of it. But you can see VK's bot lane are playing really safe here. They don't have vision on the Tri-Brush, and they are definitely trying to facilitate a gank here. But I think the reset's going to smartly come through from TSM, at least from Carlito. Make sure they don't overextend there. And yeah, it looks like maybe 0-8 changed his mind because he did walk mid lane here for Mouse God. which is a style that VK historically has liked to play, regardless of what Mouse God is playing. I think 0-8 often does like to path around mid early and try to get him ahead, which is kind of a contrast to the style a lot of teams like to play, where often their mid laner is looking to facilitate the side lanes, but Mouse God, I have to assume, will be doing that on the Galio, but I think does like to look for some individual laning advantages too. And 0-8's happy to support him in that regard. Maybe free him up to get the opportunity to roam to help those side lanes. Both ultimates available here topside, but have not been burned. All summoner spells available. Encore is going to come through. It's going to find only one. Mouse God burning down is going to go down. First blood goes over. That's already 2 kills for TSM. They're looking for more. They find the knock up there under Kodaki. That could be it. Yes, now looking for that final kill. The resonating strike. Not going to take it. TSM, though, they pick up 3 kills. Drake went over to VK. But TSM now pick up 3 kills and should get a turret to boot. Resets going through. So we see here the Encore does not find anybody except a very tanky Alistar. I think VK just kind of caught unawares here. I mean, their Olaf was... he flashes out of the pit after grabbing the Drake. I think TSM just cornered them really, really effectively there. And VK maybe just should have left the Olaf in and had nobody else in there. Mouse God winds up dying. Everybody winds up getting chased down. It's hard to say exactly what the setup was to that one, but ultimately TSM with a nice punish for perhaps the dragon that VK didn't have any right to take. VK at least get the Infernal Drake for their trouble, and now TSM up about 1,000 gold. We'll see what they do next. Mountain Drake will be our next Drake of the game. Could have some action here topside. TSM looking 4 versus 2. They find the last breath. They find some more there onto Huya, who's trying to get the trade kill under turret. Not able to find it. Carlito's still alive. TSM find a pair of kills and a dive topside. This is the TSM dives that they wanted to execute, that we wanted to see. At least if you're a TSM fan, certainly you wanted to see. TSM, though, are going to lose this bot lane turret. Here we see the setup. Huya is just hit by literally everything. Dodges out in the Sonic Wave, but there's that headbutt pulverize into the last breath. Unfortunately, not a lot for the Fiora to do there. Her post does come through and it nearly finds the counter kill onto Carlito at least, but not able to get it. So VK get nothing out of that. TSM now up 5-0, 2,000 gold. Feeling pretty good as we head toward the 7-minute mark. And 0-8 on the Olaf. 0-2 has not been able to get a lot done here. It is actually 100 gold up on Tedis, but Tedis has been finding these plays all over the map. And 3-0-2 for Mike's Yasuo. Uh-oh, though. That's not where you want to be. And Mike is punished for the overextension there. Shutdown credit goes over to the Olaf. VIVO KEYD get their first kill of the game. See what they can parlay it into now. Looks like both teams will back off for the time being, just with the shutdown. Not a lot of objectives to fight over. TSM up 2-1 in turrets now. And here we see Mike just trying to defend this turret. Thinks, hey, I can just take down the wave. Here his entrance comes through. Blocks him off perfectly. And going golden is the Yasuo, but it does not save him. Mike gets shut down. Doesn't even get a chance to burn any summoner spells. Nice punish there by VIVO KEYD. VK, down only 1,000 gold despite having only the 1 kill of their name. And certainly will have some late game power with the Seraphine and the Fiora. Here we have this top lane scuffle. Will they go for the all-in? There is the ultimate procced by Huya. And forces Sony away. Sony does not want that fight. However, does get the ultimate cooldown out without burning the Hextech ultimatum. So at the end of the day, Sony's pretty happy with this. At least for the next minute or two. Yeah. Gets that ultimate out and says, all right, I'm gone. We'll see if that does get punished here. Mountain Drake is going to be started up by TSM. 0-8's in the area, and he's going to sniff it out, walk right in. Got to be careful, though. Ragnarok available. Will he look for the steal here? He's getting zoned away. Patroni firing the missiles. Steel Tempest not going to find anybody there. It's the knock-up, though. The Lucian's forced back. 08 though is in the pit right now looking for the steal. There's the encore. It is stolen. 08 finds it and flashes out. That's what VK wanted last time. They just want 08 to come in, smite, steal, and get out of dodge. Is exactly what he does. VK pick up their second Drake of the game, and they're starting to stack those Drakes. Feeling pretty good there. And as you can see there, of course, the flash away, the exhaust, Petroni, and Carlito not able to find anything. The charm, I don't think, was too big there. Just something extra, some extra little damage to throw in. You can still smite during that, so it's not a huge deal. It was really just, you know, the old-fashioned smite battle between junglers, and it was 08 that came out on top. Here we have the special delivery available now. Baron spawning in 15 seconds. Next Drake of the game is going to be the Cloud Drake. These teams just about dead even. 1,000 gold-ish. The lead for TSM right now. And here we have a bot lane play. Huya, no mana on the Fiora. This is a 1 versus 2. Here's enters over the top, though. Here comes Mouse God. That's going to ward him away. And now maybe Carlito is stepped too far. Taunt's going to find the Alistar, looking for more damage. Unbreakable's going to wear off now. Carlito's low. He's going to slink away. And Sony will defend TSM's support. And nobody falls at the end of the day. Barrier burned by Huya. That's going to be all she wrote. Here we have a replay here. So the hook shot actually does not connect. Just about everything does onto Huya, but it's not enough. And the hero's entrance is great from Mouse God. Has been really on point with those for the most part. Saves Huya, but there's not really an opportunity for Huya to follow here. Has no barrier, has no mana. So Fiora, without even enough mana, you know, to dash forward at all, really difficult for her to chase down anybody in that condition. You're just an auto-attacking Fiora at that point, which can be great if you're in melee range, but if you're in chasing, nah. Not going to do too much. TSM starting to stack up a lot of control in the Baron area. That looks to be their next target. With the gold so close, they're going to need a major team fight win to try to start that one up. Meanwhile, looking mid. Here we could have a fight. There is the encore coming through. It's going to go wide. Carlito flashing away with the Unbreakable. VK pick up that mid lane outer turret. And looks like that'll be it for VIVO KEYD. Still down some gold though, and down goes that turret. And now TSM on the wrong side of this one. Mike could go down. Hero's entrance comes over the top, flash away. Then it goes golden, and now here comes Huya. Flashes over the wall, looking for the kill on the Lee Sin. We'll see who they give this one over to. Indeed, it does go over to Huya, who picks that one up. Meanwhile, 08 and Kodaki did die. So TSM finds some return kills mid lane. Now up about 3,000 gold here. Here have a replay bot. So a nice kick. Okay, so that makes a taunt completely worthless from Mouse God. Then tries the hero's entrance just to find somebody. Flash away by Mike. Dodge with the going golden by Tennis, who does get punished there. But meanwhile, mid lane looks like an engage came through from Carlito, which set everything up to take down both 08 and Kodaki. VIVO KEYD struggling to find kills in this game. This is not the super fed Huya Camille that we saw earlier, who is crazy ahead. If we look at the gold right now, Huya is only 200 gold ahead of the Camille. Both of them with the exact same build. Oh, excuse me, I was looking at the same build as the Olaf. The Blade of the Rune King picked up by the Fiora, whereas the Death's Dance was the choice by the Camille, which I think overall is going to get a lot of mileage against the Fiora, because Fiora doesn't generally one-shot the Camille. Usually these are more extended fights, and that's exactly what you want with the Death's Dance. It's going to provide you some armor. And here we have the engage. In goes Tennis. It's going to be taunted up, forced to flash away. Very low, or both junglers. Gotta be careful now. 08. This Drake is on the table. They can't let the Olaf die, or he's not gonna be able to take it. He's gonna try to lifesteal there with the help of the Seraphine. Here they engage. The encore is gonna find everybody. It's very big. The exhaust of the Alistar is gonna be taken down. Carlito is dead. A taunt is huge from Mouse God. Going golden is Mike. This could be bad news. There's the hero's entrance. They find the Yasuo. Mike does get the mock up on the back end of that. Somehow survives. Here comes Sony looking for more. It's just a Seraphine and a Galio. There's not a lot they can do against the Camille. Mouse God's gonna try to find the last bit of damage, but it's not enough. TSM find the ace. They take down 5 members of VIVO KEYD, and now they're headed for the Baron. Beautiful team fight by TSM. Playing perfectly around these key abilities here. I thought the Encore was huge, that it was going to be enough, but TSM with that front line, and Mike, watch the Yasuo somehow surviving here. He's got the moves there. You can see why he picked it. The ultimatum comes through, then the knockup. They just melt Huya, and that's how this one starts off. So sure, the Encore is big, but now there's no Fiora, and the Camille and the Yasuo are just left to do whatever they want here. Meanwhile, Petroni is just free-firing on the Corki. Nearly dies to the Winds of War there from Mouse God, but Sony is just able to clean this one up, and they just leave him to it. Now VK should be able to pick up this Drake, and they certainly do. So again, VK maintaining that Drake control, but look at this, TSM with the Baron buff. VK is just giving them everything right now. The mid lane inner turret goes down. Sony might even be able to pressure this top lane inhibitor. I think VK are going to have to scramble to try to stop the Camille, and they got to be careful. Hookshot will get Sony out. TSM will pick up that top lane inhibitor and looking for more, advancing down mid. 0-8 is going to be caught out. Hero's entrance onto the Olaf, but he goes down. The damage is massive. Looking for the taunt. They found the Corki, though. They have found the Corki. Petroni is gone, and now VK, they're healing, they're sustaining, they're looking for more. Huya this time is not melted. Huya this time is destroying everybody on the back line. Tennis is the last man standing. VK with a valiant defense find a 1 for 4. And now VK, Huya leading the charge, finally got the Fiora moment he wanted. 12,200 gold here. 2.5 items. The Baron buff still remaining on Tennis will help defend this turret, but Huya simply switches to bot lane, finds that inner turret, and Tennis can't defend everything by himself. The death timers are still pretty long here. Everybody will be respawning soon, but that will be 2 inner turrets going down for VK, and all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a game once again. 1,500, the only gold lead from TSM. It, I think, extended to 5,000 or 6,000 at one point. VIVO KEYD with a miraculous team fight. So everything looks fine here for TSM. They say, hey, we just have to see, we have to take down stuff. We've got the range, we've got the Corki, we can threaten with the Camille. Sony can dodge right back out. And look at this. They find 0-8, and despite the Ragnarok being popped, it doesn't even matter. The damage is too big, but look at Mouse God. Who else for VK? Finds the taunt, finds the Justice Punch into taunt onto Petroni and sets everything up. Now the damage starts to fall off, and the engage comes through. They find the slows, the root, the encore onto Mike and Sony. And TSM fall apart in that fight. Very bad news for TSM fans, but they're still in command of a 2,500 gold lead. This game is far from over for either team. TSM now with their eyes potentially on a Baron spawning in 25 seconds, or the Elder Ocean Drake. Carlito headbutt pulverize is dodged out. Now the culling comes through. Windwall's gonna dodge. Look at 0-8. There's the hero center. It's gonna be burned. Encore is not gonna find anybody. TSM are cutting out every single ability. But watch out for Petroni to flash forward. It's not gonna be enough. Kodaki cannot find it. Petroni is still alive, but he's so low. The re-engage, the 4-man last breath. TSM may have found the fight. They're melting through. Mike is untouched on the Astro, but Huya is here. Can he turn it here for VK? Petroni is still there. Huya, the hero play. Can the Fiora do it? He's found 2. He's looking for Sony. The top lane matchup. Petroni is 1 HP. He's firing the rocket. Still alive is Huya. The top laner for VK makes a valiant stand here and keeps VK in the game in this fight. It was a huge combo there from Carlito and Mike, but Huya stands strong in the face of defeat and keeps VIVO KEYD's hopes alive in game number 1. You see Kodaki feeling himself. One more auto would have killed Petroni. I think maybe even didn't realize that was going to happen and flashed a little bit late. They do pick up the kill there onto the Lee Sin. Mouse God forced to run away here, but look at Huya. Despite that huge headbutt pulverize into last breath combo, Huya, he gets the riposte, he finds 2, he's dashing in and out of this fight, dodging everything with the fancy feet. Not sure if he would have been able to take down Sony there if he dashed back in, or what the cooldowns were, but the end of the day, he does keep VIVO KEYD in this game. They're still barely behind now, 1,500 gold. They've completely turned the tables on TSM. Remember, the scaling fairly good on both squads. Yasuo, Corki, very nice. Seraphine, Fiora, very nice. Now 19 minutes in an absolute slobber knocker of a game. Both teams do not want to give this one up. Thumbs up by 08. Certainly mental not lost by VK. Now the Ocean Drake is going to be started up here. TSM burning this one down fast, but the teleport comes through. Who else but Huya? Now a Guardian Angel on Huya, Guardian Angel on Tennis. Keep your eye on those cooldowns. Keep your eyes on those dives. Now it's VK. The calling is going to go wide. That's a cooldown gone. In goes Huya, going to be kicked back, looking for the encore. How many does it find? Just one. The ultimatum is there. It's a huge knockup, though. TSM, they've been caught out there by Mouse God. Galio leads the charge, and Mouse God destroys TSM's hopes in this fight. Sony, the last man standing, barely recalls. Excuse me, not the last one near the pit. A few more members of TSM do blink away with low HP. Tennis and Petroni still alive. It's not a complete loss for TSM, but they drop the Elder Ocean Drake, and they lose 2 with 25 seconds on that respawn timer. They just made the Baron. Here's the replay here. So the kick comes through. Watch Mouse God. The hero's entrance comes over the top. He finds 3. Then he finds a Justice Punch into 3. Once again, they don't get the big last breath combo that they wanted this time. It's Mouse God in this pit. It's perfect for the Galio. The perfect situation. He's got everybody in the pit. He hits everybody with all of those AoE abilities. Mouse God turning that fight. VIVO KEYD now in the lead, 1,500 gold up. They've got the Baron. We'll see what they can do with it. 21 minutes, a marathon of a game here. VIVO KEYD have stood tall in the face of almost certain defeat. A big TSM lead was thwarted, and now VK in the driver's seat. Let's see what they can get done. VK pivoting here top side. Keep in mind the supers still coursing in with that inhibitor gone. Makes it a little bit more difficult for them to push. Gonna have to fight their way through those. And VK, they seem a little bit uncertain of what to do with this Baron buff. Oh no, Mouse God doesn't know Sony's here. Sony waiting for the opportunity, is going to go in there top side. Meanwhile, Mouse God could be in trouble here. He's not built for this matchup. Can he survive? The redemption coming through. Sony does go down. It's a 1-for-1. That's one Baron buff gone, but Sony dead. He's been so pivotal in a lot of these fights for TSM, and TSM, they were mid lane. Sony was the one that was supposed to hold top. Sony is gone now. VK, they pick up that top lane in a turret. Can they find anything else, though? I think they're worried about this 4 versus 4. They're not sure they can do it without Mouse God, who's been so huge in these fights. Here we see the replay. The Ignite is there. Mouse God, well played to hold off a 1v1 against Sony's Camille. Able to get the counter kill. And all eyes currently on Mouse God and Huya, the mid laner and top laner of VIVO KEYD. They've been crucial in these fights. Mouse God with the hero's entrance with the disruption. Huya with the cleanup. The Supreme Duelist has been wreaking havoc on TSM, and now Petroni has a Guardian Angel of his own. 3 Guardian Angels on the side of TSM. 2 on the side of VIVO KEYD. Kodaki picked up 1 as well. VK, they lose the Baron overall. It's nicely done by TSM. They only lose 1. They get 1 kill. They only lose 1 inner turret to this Baron buff from VIVO KEYD. But VIVO KEYD are up gold now, 5,000. They are up with run of the map. They've been able to extend that gold lead. However, we're getting so late in the game. Full build coming through for a number of members on both sides. Here we have the engage coming through. This could be the game. The hero centers over the top. How many does it find? Only the Alistar. Mouse God's engage is not there. TSM, this might be the fight for them. It's absolute chaos Huya, the taunt comes through onto the Camille, but Petroni is untouched for the time being. Finally, somehow the sustain is there. VIVO KEYD, they fire away. They take down TSM's jungler. They take down Petroni. They take down Carlito. And VK, they find the taunt there onto Mike. Going golden is the Yasuo, but he's going to have no way out here. Sony, the last man standing, will be melted. VIVO KEYD destroy TSM in an insane game. A comeback, perhaps, of the entire Copa America. VK pick up a win in game 1. What a game 1 here, VK. You can see the replay here. So much chaos. These fights can be so difficult to follow, but the key is you can see VK rotating in and out here. They're the ones with the sustain. They've got the Fiora healing. They've got the Seraphine. It's impossible to contend with them if the fight goes too long and you don't take down some of these key members. Mouse God stayed alive. The Seraphine stayed alive. The Lucian Kodaki stayed alive. Huya stayed alive. TSM tried their darndest here to mount a last-ditch defense of the Nexus, but at the end of the game, finally, VK clawed their way back from a game that looked disastrous for them early on. Untiltable, where VK even flashing the thumbs up in the midst of the Elder fight that might just have decided the game. Mouse God picking up the MVP, I think justified, but everyone got their chance to shine. Huya finally getting a couple of items under the belt of the Fiora, was able to pop off at some of those fights and was the man making sure that VK was not finished. That once they lost that inhibitor, that once TSM was trying to finish this game, VK would not go quietly into the night. They held on, and then they come back and smack TSM. VIVO KEYD's got to be feeling good about that one. You can see a full build coming in for a number of champions. Solari Charge played, of course, picked up by everyone who can possibly justify it. Mike, Petroni, and Kodaki picking up that new item. Crucial there. You can see the damage from Mouse God. Massive, 33,000. On the other side, Petroni with 36,000 was the primary carry there for TSM. Was honestly kiting back pretty effectively. Was really providing that sustained DPS nonstop. And you know, the knockup combinations were there for Mike. There was a couple of good ones, but in those final 2 fights, they didn't find those 4-man last breaths that they were looking for to try to turn the fight. And the problem is, if Mike isn't able to cut through everybody, it doesn't matter if you get the last breath. The sustain is there from the Seraphine, especially as she scales later into the game. And that was massive for VK. It got to the point where their team fight was just unbeatable. Look at that gold graph. Beautiful. Look at that drop there. Nearly 6,000 gold for TSM. Right around that 15.5, 16-minute mark. And then came VIVO KEYD. Fight after fight. They won. They held on. They were picking up the Drakes every time. And at the end of the game, they go all the way up to 7.5. Make that 8,000 gold up. VK with a very impressive victory in Team Number 1 and putting on a show here for the Copa America broadcast. However, that is going to do it for game number 1. Game number 2 will be coming here. We're going to head off to a quick break here in just a minute. So TSM versus VIVO KEYD, best of 3 series. Remember, a trip to the grand finals on the line here. Loser's 3rd place. Winner gets to face off against Soa Gradici in a final best of 3 series to close out the day. When we return, it's game number 2. Don't go anywhere. Here we go. All right, we are back now. So welcome everybody back to our live coverage of the Wild Rift Copa America. Game number 2 is coming right out between VIVO, KEYD, and TSM. So already a couple of bans have come through: Aurelian Sol, Galio, Fiora, and Lucian. So all of these were champions played by VIVO, KEYD previously, and we'll be jumping right into the draft as well. Here we go. So no Aurelian Sol for Mouse God, no Galio for Mouse God. The question is, what does he fall back on? Perhaps the Twisted Fate. We'll see if that does come through, as the ban's going to be echoed in the main phase here. So it was actually VIVO, KEYD that banned away the Galio and the Lucian, it looks like, which is very interesting. Of course, the cheeky Teemo ban, you love to see it. Knowing that we are just dealing with the 2 bans here, you can usually just ban nobody or ban a joke champion, if you will, for your final ban. Now it is the question of what will TSM look for with the blue side this time around. TSM has the opportunity to first pick something. They could pick away the Seraphine. These Seraphine comps have been so huge. I wonder if perhaps they do want to just go for something simple. Maybe pick an AD carrier or a support and try not to reveal too much information. Something like a Lucian that can be flexed is not going to be an option. Taking away some of those flex picks. Camille is somebody you can always stick around. Okay, TSM stick with the Corki first pick. They went for on red side as well. They clearly place a lot of priority on this Celerity Charge Blade Corki, and they should be going for that. VK respond with the Ziggs that finally did sneak through. Such a huge pick, is always must pick and ban here. And it is going to be Huya piloting the Camille once again. Looks good in the Fiora, but the Camille is what Huya really popped off on. 3,500 gold up on the lane opponent previously. Last time we saw Huya piloting the Camille. Huge to see him getting his hands on this pick now. Lee Sin and Braum going to be the response here from TSM. So should be once again the Braum Corki bottom lane that we've seen quite a few times here. Not terribly unusual in the Lee Sin once again for Tedis. So TSM seems to have been pretty happy with their previous comp. The question will be if we do see the Corki piloted by Petroni, and then potentially if he takes it mid, as he has done from time to time. So some flex opportunity there with the Corki at least. The Janna and the Jarvan are going to come through. So no Galio, but Jarvan Camille is a lot of lockdown potential. It's the kind of comp where you really wish you had a Galio, but the one nice thing it does is it sets up Mouse God Ziggs with the Mega Inferno Bomb. That's 2 different ultimates that will perfectly isolate 1 or more people to guarantee a Mega Inferno Bomb hit unless they flash away or have some other way out. But here we go. Akali going to be picked up, probably piloted there in the mid lane by Petroni, I believe. We'll see what the lane assignments wind up being. But Kai'Sa finally showing up again. The priority on Kai'Sa dropping used to be the one must pick AD carry. No other options. You got to go for Kai'Sa always. But really has not shown up a lot, especially as we've gotten further into the tournament. Now Kai'Sa Janna going to be the lock-in here bot side. So this is pretty explosive. I think the one thing I'm not totally sure about is the Janna. Sure, it can be good to save you from something like the Akali dive, but for the most part, this is a team comp that I think is generally going to want to dive forward. They want the Camille and the Jarvan to lock people up and facilitate those Mega Inferno Bombs, and Kai'Sa is able to join off of that crowd control as well. So we'll see how VK can play this one out. TSM, meanwhile, with some major assassin picks and a pretty nice mix of damage, all things considered. I think actually both teams have done a pretty nice job with that. A little bit AD heavy for VK, but Kai'Sa does some magic damage. In the meantime, TSM, of course, Corki doing mostly magic, plus the Akali balanced with Renekton and Lee Sin. I like to see it. Always like to see that thought being put into the drafts. And it is going to be Sony piloting the Akali mid lane against Mouse God. So Petroni will this time take the Corki bot lane once again. Mouse God Should be doing all right in these early levels, but we'll have to be careful. Level 5 and onwards, the Akali all-in potential on the Ziggs could be lethal. As we see bot side here, once again, we have a double ranged versus melee support matchup, which should leave VIVO KEYD feeling pretty good. And I am curious again to see how this Janna pick does play out. I think it doesn't necessarily fit the entire team comp. It's possibly something that could just prevent some dive. Maybe you keep the Janna on the back line trying to keep the Ziggs alive, and you have everybody else dive in. It depends how these fights do wind up developing. And we'll see, a lot of times these teams have been willing to scuffle over even a Scuttle Crab. And here we have a gank mid lane, 0-8. Just exerting some pressure here. Now we have the 2v2 looking for 0-8. A lot of damage, Shuriken flip there, forces the flash out of the Jarvan. A little bit of damage on the backside there by Mouse God, but Ziggs is not going to be hitting too hard just yet. And Scuttle Crab should go the way of 0-8. Gotta hurry though. Gotta get that smite down, and they will. And here comes Huya with the hook shot. They forced the flash out of Tetris. There's the follow. Now, Tetris could be in trouble here. No, he'll be okay. Sony and Tetris get their flashes burn there. Nice roam by Huya. Did burn the Camille flash in order to punish that. We'll see if Mike and the rest of TSM can get some retribution, perhaps capitalize on that missing cooldown over the next 2 minutes. And here we have a replay here. So 0-8, unaware that Tetris is there. And as soon as he is, it looks like he maybe thought about going in for a second, but pretty quickly changes his mind. I'm not actually certain that he had to flash there. I think there is probably an opportunity even to take, once Sony reactivates the Shuriken flip, assuming he does, to actually flash and take the Akali under the turret and potentially force the Akali to flash out, but in which case this probably would have been a kill. But at the end of the day, it's all right for VIVO KEYD. They burn 2 flashes from their opponents, and they burn 2 flashes of their own. And no blood spill just yet. The clock will be ticking for some of those flash missing cooldowns to be punished. Cloud Drake will be spawning here in a couple of minutes, as will Rift Herald. And again, 0-8 continually pathing mid lane, as he loves to do around Mouse God. This Ziggs, now that we have the level 5, there's certainly going to be the opportunity for a Cataclysm into Mega Inferno Bomb, Hextech Ultimatum into Mega Inferno Bomb, but the Cataclysm combo is going to be the most effective. If 0-8 can find the multi-man ultimate and then get Mouse God's ult over the top, that could be devastating. The ultimatum is probably only going to find one person. It depends exactly how it goes. If Huya can find somebody on the back line and then ultimatum, that could knock a lot of people forward. And then perhaps the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be able to aim well by Mouse God and find a few people. Should be some explosive fights regardless. We'll see how VIVO KEYD wants to play him out. TSM, Patroni, he's got the special delivery, and they're headed for the Rift Herald. Looks like VIVO KEYD, I think 0-8 is just going to take up this Drake, and this may just be a nice clean trade of objectives from both squads. Looks like that's exactly what it's going to be. Yep. Rift Herald goes down, no contest. 0-8. With the help of Shaka, is going to pick up that Cloud Drake. So VK continuing their history of Drake dominance. And here comes the ultimatum onto Mike, who could be in trouble here. The Renekton exhaust goes down, flash. I don't know if he'll be able to get away. One more auto will do it. Down goes Mike. Kill credit goes over to Kodaki. Meanwhile, though, traded topside, the Rift Herald was not even summoned yet, so they could look for another one here. I think they probably will summon it now. No, they're just even holding on to it. Here we go. Action mid lane, 3v2. Finally, Huya is there. Rift Herald still not used by TSM. They pick up a turret without even needing it, but now potentially an overstay. Nope. Looks like VK. You know the roam is coming through there from Sony and Carlito. They're not going to risk it here. We see the Hextech Ultimatum and the Mega Inferno Bomb. There is that combination. Hey, like I said, you're not going to find a ton of people with that, but if you're just trying to kill one target, not a problem. As you can see, TSM pivoting once again. Now it is actually Mike who's piloting the Renekton. in top lane, and Carlito, Glacial Fish is going to find one. Monsoon is going to keep everybody healed up nicely by Shaka, and it looks like that will do it. Got to keep your eye on the Ziggs. Mousecod with the capability to really rip through these turrets between the passive, especially if he itemizes towards the Lich Bane, that's going to make it real bad, but already with the passive and with the Satchel Charge, should really be able to tear some turrets down very quickly if he needs to. And VK? Well, I was thinking they might have Mousecod up here to try to help in that regard, but VK pass topside and now just go for a reset. Up about 1,000 gold with Drake to their name. VK feeling pretty good. Certainly much better than their early game from game number 1. Now it's up to TSM. They're going to find something in the Mega Inferno Bomb just going to be used for wave clear there mid lane by Mousecod. Already has the Ludens and going to pick one needlessly large rod there. So a lot of AP coming in for the Ziggs already. You can see full tank coming through now for 08's Jarvan. Has a Sunfire already completed. Trinity Force is there for Huya. Meanwhile, the Renekton, Mike, down about 500 gold and just has a Bramble Vest and a Ruby Crystal right now. Should have some extra gold to spend. Did pick up the Gargoyle at least, so that's something. But this is far from some of the monstrous Crocs we've seen earlier in the day. Right now, he's going to need a lot more than that. I think he is just going to be pathing up to... Okay, I wasn't sure if you're going to grab a Gromp or something like that. Now here could be Kodaki. There's a Dragon's Rage into the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, but Kodaki still alive. No, it's finished off with the kill by Sony. He throws the 3-point strike, and that's going to finish off Kodaki. All the cooldowns burned by the Kaisa, and now Shaka could be in trouble. Exhaust is there. Winter's Bite connects. Sonic Wave is there. Resonating Strike. Is it going to come through? Yes, Shaka could be in trouble. Stun is there. TSM, they punish the bot lane of VIVO KEYD. Meanwhile, it's answered top side. Down goes Mike on the Renekton. Turret, though, killed bot, and TSM summoned the Rift Herald. So TSM finding plays mid and bot. The response from VIVO KEYD isn't going to be enough to offset that. TSM pick up the mid lane outer. They pick up the bot lane outer. They pick up a nearly 2,000 gold lead. You can see Shaka roaming up. They just have no idea. They have no vision of the Triburst. They didn't expect this. The Dragon's Rage there into the Sonic Wave. Kodaki, I mean, hey, nice job to get the Killer Instinct into Heal Flash away. But you're not going to get away from it, Akali. I mean, Sony even had Flash and didn't need to use it. It kind of looked good, but at that point, maybe it's best if Kodaki just accepts, hey, we didn't see this coming. I'm just dead here. I'll save the cooldowns for the next fight. But at the end of the day, both Shaka and Kodaki go down. Nice play by TSM. Team Solo mid now. Looking around this Infernal Drake. Hoping to start it up. And still, you gotta watch out. Mike's Renekton, he's not very strong right now. Could be something they're able to punish, but it looks like they've got no way in. Mike's just running interference. There's the Dominus. Now they're looking for the fight. The special delivery goes in. The Monsoon is not going to keep anybody out. The Cataclysm is there. The Akali is going to shred everybody, and VIVO KEYD are in a lot of trouble right now. Patroni's on a killing spree. VIVO KEYD, they lose 4. TSM, they don't lose anyone, and they get the Infernal Drake. The turn was huge. Mike might not have the items, but he has got the moves. The Ruthless Predator, the Dominus, he keeps everybody occupied and locked down long enough to start this one off. So watch this. He goes in, Ruthless Predator there on to the Jarvan. They completely disrupt this fight. They separate VIVO KEYD, who are, I mean, look at this. They've got the Camille and the Jarvan trying to peel back towards the back line instead of diving forward, as this comp wants to do. It's a disaster for VK. They never get a chance to have that big Mega Inferno Bomb Cataclysm combo that they want. Instead, they get completely caught unawares, ambushed by TSM, and TSM are now up 3,000 gold, 6-2 in kills, and that Infernal Drake's going to feel pretty good. It's only going to further increase just the huge amount of hurt that's going to be dished out by the Corki and the Akali in these fights. Lich Bane completed now for Sony. Corki. He's got the Charge Blade. He's got the Essence Reaver. This is a big power spike for the Corki. He's approaching 10,000 gold. He's 2,000 gold up, the highest members of VIVO KEYD. Kodaki there forced to flash away. And VIVO KEYD are continuing to lose all across the map. It's looking more and more like game number 1 now. TSM, can they be punished here by Huya? Can he find the ultimatum only onto the Braum? That's not who you want. And Huya forced to just walk away in shame after that ultimate. VIVO KEYD, they wanted something. They wanted to punish TSM for the push, but they could not find anything. Now Mike gonna pick up Scuttle Crab for his trouble. We'll see if the Renekton starts to get some more items here. To this point, it hasn't really mattered. I mean, he isn't supposed to be the one dealing all the damage here. In fact, he's more of just a frontliner at this point, and it's been getting the job done. You can see, yeah, so he's starting to get some items now, which feels pretty good. I mean, he's still up in gold over, I mean, 0.8 even, and compared in the top lane matchup, he's still only 500 gold down, so it's not a total disaster. He does have the Death Stance now. He's got the Moon Plate. He's got the Chain Vest. He's building up a ton of armor here, which is going to work pretty well against the Kaisa, the Camille, and the Jarvan here. So, I mean, sure, the Ziggs is going to be able to deal some damage, but the Ziggs damage is a little bit more bursty in some of these fights that can be so quick. So, and plus the Moon Plate is going to help him out a bit in that regard, too. Right now, both teams have their eyes on the Baron. VIVO KEYD down 4,000 gold. Going to have a difficult time working their way into either objective. Mountain Drake will be our next Drake option for either squad. TSM looking to take us to a game 3 here. If they can continue to press this advantage, but VK are not out of this one yet. And especially after game number 1, you can never count VK out, regardless of the lead. They've come back from bigger leads than this, as we've seen. The question is, who is going to be the one to facilitate that? Who has the most gold? Right now, it's MouseGod and Kodaki who have all the gold on the side of VK. Although, actually, Huya has a fair bit himself. MouseGod and Huya have historically been the heroes, at least if we look back at game 1. They've been the ones to get the job done to keep VK in this. And now Huya, with the help of 0.8, they're going to lock down Sony, trying to buy time as Sony Redemption is there. Can the Akali stay alive? Glacial Fisher is there. Sony back over the wall. They're trying to follow, but they cannot find the Akali. Now Huya looking for more. Concussive Blow is going to get stacked up with one more auto. Yes. Huya maybe overextended. No, the Monsoon will keep the Camille alive. Mountain Drake spawned. Baron has spawned. 0.8 back over the wall. Both teams backing off. Flash burn from Sony, but VK, they expend a lot, and they do not get the kill. Uh-oh, TSM, they've started the Mountain Drake, but they've committed just about everybody. Now the Baron is going to be started off by VK, but they're slow to it. Okay, they're going to bait it. They're going to bait the Baron. They're going to make TSM think that they're taking it. We'll see what TSM's play is. They're going to walk right in. Mike is going to walk right in. He's pretty tanky. They're going to catch him out. No, it looks like it's TSM that have found out VK. The damage is huge. Mike cannot be taken down. It's a huge croc. Now on the backside of this, MouseGod is all alone against the Akali. Patroni's still alive. Kodaki goes down. MouseGod makes it out with a flash, but VK have lost 2 already. They may lose more. 0.8 on the wrong side of the rift. That's 3 kills for TSM, and with 0.8, the jungler of VIVO KEYD dead, TSM should be able to take the Baron. No, they've peeled back. Their health bars are too low. TSM, they don't want to risk it, but they win the fight again. 6,000 now their gold lead, and they're feeling confident at 14 minutes. Here we have the replay here. I think VK realized that if Renekton is the one face checking, it's actually bad for them. So you see them not really burn anything onto the Renekton. It winds up being just Kodaki getting run down on the wrong side of the map there. VK they just head to the hills. They run to the 4 winds here. There's no way for them to fight like this. They have to be the initiators. They have to have 0-8 and Huya find somebody. But when it's actually Mike just walking straight into them, popping the Dominus, and just wreaking havoc here, what can they do? Nothing. And Mike now has finally equalized the gold as well, but has shown the ability to just be more useful than Huya's Camille in these fights. The Camille has not been able to get anything done. 0-1-2. That's not the score you want on your top lane carry. Triforce and Bork completed. That's great for the 1v1. But the Renekton now, he's got a Death Stance, he's got a Dead Man's Plate, he's got a Spectre's Cowl even. So many tank items on this Renekton. Mike knows it's his job to just keep VK occupied, to disrupt these team comps. And now Mouse God, flashless. He is going to get away, take a lot of damage. Big chunk there onto the mid laner of VIVO KEYD. TSM always playing for the Baron. And now bot side, Mike pops the Gargoyles. Could be in trouble there. Hookshot does not connect. Huya potentially could have found a kill there if he hit the wall with that hookshot properly, but he does not. And now TSM looking to punish here. 4v4 mid lane. Glacial Fissure finds everybody. It's huge. The melting damage comes through, though. There is a lot of damage coming out from Mousecott and Kodaki. It was too much. They just burned down Petroni instantly. VIVO KEYD, they find something, but now watch Sony, watch the Akali. He's looking for the plays. He's looking for Mousecott. The exhaust is there. The Dragon's Rage finds 4. Sony could be in trouble. The hookshot's not going to find him. The Akali looking for the angles, is not able to find them. Not going to take that shuriken flip. TSM, they lose 2. And now VIVO KEYD, TSM, they're getting flashbacks from game 1. This is match point for VK. Remember, TSM, they can't afford to throw this lead. Game number 1, they threw it away. They lost to VIVO KEYD. It was a huge game that lasted forever, and VIVO KEYD came back, and things are starting to look like that just might happen again. 0-8 gets absolutely destroyed. The Glacial Fissure finds almost everybody, but the Monsoon, look at that. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened to Petroni. He used the Flash and the Valkyrie, but I think he was stuck in the Cataclysm. He could not get out. Petroni gets melted, and all of a sudden, TSM realized we have no melees, and we're up against a Janna, Ziggs, Kai'Sa. All of a sudden, the damage drops off, and they figure they have to get out of the mid lane. 10 seconds on the Elder Ocean Drake, though. This could be huge. This could be the game. VIVO KEYD still down 3.5K, but they know they can come back in these type of games. After game 1, they clawed their way back from the jaws of defeat. TSM, though, still with a slight advantage here. Control of the Rift. Where will they head? They have their eyes on Huya. Huya does not know. Huya's getting collapsed on. He's going to look for Mike. He's going to have to find some kind of magic plays. Can the Houdini of VIVO KEYD make his way out of this one? It looks like he will. Meanwhile, he's running interference. He's pulled everyone topside. VIVO KEYD are taking the Drake. How low is it? It's still got a lot of health. They're going to be here in time. Tedis has the Guardian Angel. He can afford to go in. He's going to get knocked up. The Drake down to 3,000. Who's going to take it? Glacial Fissure goes onto the Drake. It's taken by VIVO KEYD. They have the Ocean Drake. There's the Hextech. They have to make him over the top. The health bars are low all around. VIVO KEYD, though. Sony is still there. Huya is still there. But it's Petroni who's firing the missile. Double kill for the Corki. And VIVO KEYD, they get the Drake, but they lose 3-2 in a bloody fight at the Dragon Pit. Mousecott and Huya make their way out, and Huya once again caught out here. Does get the hook shot. I wasn't sure there. It kind of looked like he missed the hook shot, but he does get out. And now looking for more, looking for Tedis. Under the turret, not able to find it. Redemption even going through for Huya just in case. Huya on the Camille is really just running. Kind of looks like a Bara just walking all over the place, all over the Rift, doing whatever he wants. So here we see the Mega Inferno Bomb is pretty good. It finds a couple, and it does take the Drake. But unfortunately, trapped in the pit here with the Renekton, with the Braum, with the Akali, and with Petroni just firing away the whole time. And again, VIVO KEYD, they want more organized fights than this. They want more of a front to back. They want to fight in longer locations. They at least want to get some kind of lockdown to facilitate the Mega Inferno Bomb. Sure, if they fight in a small, cramped space, if they can get VK, if they can get 0-8 to get the Cataclysm or Hextech Ultimatum with the Mega Inferno Bomb over the top, that's great. But when everyone is just scattered all over the place, it's just disastrous, because look how good TSM's comp is at cleaning things up. Everyone on their comp has some way to jump towards an enemy. Even Braum, stand behind me. Mega Inferno Bomb actually takes down Tennis, though. This could be bad for TSM. 5 versus 4. The Lee Sin got sniped, and Huya once more. 0-8's looking. This could be it. VK, they have their eyes on the Baron now, but Sony looking for the Shuriken flip has found Mouse God. He's going to take it. He goes right into the middle. The Satchel Charge is going to get Mouse God out. Got to be careful, though. The Akali, can he survive? Yes, he buys enough time into the back line. His Mike, it's a very tanky Renekton. Huya is very low. They're taking down Sony, though. This is bad news for TSM. The Killer Instinct. Kodaki's on the back line, going full aggro onto TSM. And Patroni does his best, but the Corki is down. Mike is the last man standing. This could be it. Mikey's trying to cut the wave off, but Mouse God's still alive. The Satchel Charges, they're going to rip through the base so fast. Tennis is up in 5, but isn't enough time. Huya, what are you doing on the top side? They could have ended the game there. They have the cannons. I'm very, very surprised that VK did not go for that. I'm certain with the help of Huya, they could have ended the game, but they do find the fight. They do find the inhibitor, and here we see a replay. Huge here by VK. This time they stayed together. It's exactly what they need. They bait the Akali in. They don't get the kill right away, but they force the Akali to burn all those cooldowns, and they just keep kiting back, keep peeling. The monsoons from Shaka, the heals, the shields coming through. Mouse God and Kodaki firing away from range, and then boom, they pull the trigger. As soon as they've waited out, they've forced TSM to burn the cooldowns. They forced TSM to overextend in these chases. They turn right away. VIVO KEYD, they've got the Baron now. They, once again, in a very, very long marathon of a game, 22 minutes plus now, VIVO KEYD again are in control against TSM. Again, TSM have thrown away a big lead against VIVO KEYD. Now Huya could be in trouble. There's the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. Huya forced to flash away. Hook shot will get him out. Nicely played by the top laner of VIVO KEYD and TSM. What did they do? Well, they sent just about everybody bot side. You can see, I mean, hey, Sony stuck around mid, but that's not top where everyone from VK is. And what's the price they pay? Well, they get a flash out of a Camille. They lose the top lane into turret. Shuriken flip gone from Sony. And look at those triple cannons just firing away. Satchel Charge could finish off the turret. They're not going to risk it. Mega Inferno Bomb is used. That goes wide. That's a big cooldown gone. TSM, they might look for an angle here. Sony, he's in the midst of them. Look at the damage onto the Akali. He can't even walk up. So much damage onto Sony. Crucial misstep there. Walks into a ton of AoE from VIVO KEYD. Is not able to find the perfect execution. Not able to find anything. Now TSM, they've lost 2 inhibitors, and VK, they want more. Huya on the front line here, but watch out. Patroni special delivery. The Nexus is low. VK know that TSM is in a terrible spot here. There's 3 inhibitors. Now TSM know they have to pull the trigger. Looking for Kodaki. Sony is dead. Sony's already dead. Look at the damage coming through. The Mega Inferno Bomb came back. Mouse God has blown TSM to smithereens. VIVO KEYD, they pick up the ace. They melt TSM. They take down the Nexus in convincing fashion. VIVO KEYD, back-to-back games, 23 minutes plus. They bring it all the way back and destroy TSM. Here we have a replay of that final fight, and you can see TSM, they knew they had to pull the trigger, but Sony, he was too low. He's not able to get here. The scaling coming through, the Kaisa, the Ziggs, too much damage at this point. The range advantage is starting to come into effect in those final minutes of the game. And you can see Mouse God 409 justifiably the MVP of that game. Always the carry for VIVO KEYD. Doesn't matter if you ban the Orion Soul. Doesn't matter if you ban the Galio. Mouse God coming up huge on the Ziggs. Powerhouse pick. They let it through, and TSM are going to regret that. Patroni doing his best, 7-3-5 on the Corki, helping TSM once again to a strong advantage in their early minutes of this game. But again, VIVO KEYD, untiltable, unshakable. They never lost faith, and they wind up winning again, another comeback. And VIVO KEYD, people are going to look at the score and say 2-0, VK must have smashed them. No, that was not the story. VK were getting run over. They weren't finding any kills. Huya was not able to have the advantage topside that he wanted. But then, as the clock ticked, VIVO KEYD started getting more and more. They started finding these fights, and TSM, in the end, fell apart. And Mouse God, 53,000 damage on the Ziggs. Absolutely ludicrous, disgusting levels of damage from the Ziggs. Mouse God with a truly superb performance, showing why this champion is constantly banned. And if it isn't banned, it's always first picked right away. And maybe making TSM regret not picking it themselves. I don't know. Patroni, certainly 43,000 damage. I mean, you can see why they did pick up the Corki, but it just was not enough. And look at that gold lead. So VIVO KEYD, hey, they got a nice little 1,000 gold lead here, but then kaboom, there goes TSM, extended all the way to 7,500 gold at 16 minutes. Absurd. And they lose it. TSM throws it again. And VK come up with their own 7,500 gold lead. They come back and win it. What a series. Absolute insanity from these two teams. The players must be exhausted, but it's not over for VIVO KEYD at TSM. Congratulations to them. They do come in third place. They will come away with some nice cash prizes. However, VIVO KEYD, they're looking to contest the top prize, VK. They've earned that trip to the finals, the grand finals of the MGA Copa America, Latin America South, and Brazil bracket here. VIVO KEYD will be facing off against So Agredici in a best-of-3 series in the finals. And the question in everyone's minds is, how do you stop Mouse God? You can get a 7,500 gold lead. You can dominate VK for minutes and minutes and minutes, for 15 minutes of the game. It does not matter. VIVO KEYD cannot be stopped on their march to victory, and they look like a worthy contender against the Titans of So Agredici that have made their way all the way to the grand finals and await them now. There you can see the bracket on your screen. Of course, TSM falling to So Agredici in the semifinals, moved down to the lower bracket finals, where they awaited the winner of Furious Gaming versus VIVO KEYD. VIVO KEYD triumphed in that matchup, moved on against TSM, triumphed once again. Two series in which VK absolutely showed some very strong mental. They won a 2-1 series, very closely contested against Furious Gaming. Could have gone either way. TSM, they went down both games, and they never gave up. They clawed their way back, and they won both. They've earned their berth in the finals. It is going to be VIVO KEYD versus So Agredici here in our Wild Rift Copa America MGA finals. That's going to be coming up in a few minutes here. We're going to head to a short break. Sounds like going to be about 15 minutes here. VIVO KEYD justifiably needs a breather after that one. What a marathon of a series, and that was back-to-back series for them. So we're going to head to a brief break here. Do not go anywhere. Make sure you return here and catch VIVO KEYD versus So Agredici in the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Copa America Wild Rift Tournament presented by the Mobile Gaming Association. We are heading right into the grand finals here in mere minutes. Should be an awesome matchup. We have VIVO KEYD facing off against So Agredici. We've already got a chance to see both these teams play some series. VIVO KEYD fighting their way all the way. Keep in mind, VIVO KEYD, they lost in the first round of the upper bracket. They got knocked down to round number 1 of the lower bracket. They fought their way all the way through the entire tournament. Furious Gaming showed up to contest them. They won a 2-1, very, very close series against Furious Gaming. Then, what happens next? They're up against TSM in the lower bracket finals. 2-0, they beat TSM, but not typical 2-0 fashion, excuse me. They were down heavily in gold. 6,000 in game 1, nearly 8,000 in game 2. Both games they came back and won in 23-minute plus games. Dramatic fashion, dramatic wins here from VIVO KEYD. They've made their way through the entire tournament. At this point, they have to have so much confidence. They feel like nothing can stop them, but So Agredici are a formidable opponent. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a best-of-3 series here in the finals, and we are already heading into the draft. Here we go. So the bans should come through right now. A little bit of spoiler for you, though. Aurelion Sol, Lucian, Camille, and Galio all banned away. Aurelion Sol, not a big surprise to see that banned away against Mousecott. It's been such a big pick for him. And surprisingly, VK, they've shown the willingness to do this, to ban away some of these champions that have been big, even for Mousecott himself. Maybe they just consider they're so useful overall. Galio has had very high priority in the tournament to this point. Lucian as well. Lucian and Camille, both really nice flex picks. It looks like VIVO KEYD are valuing the Corki. Another possible flex pick, mid or 80 carry, traditionally is where we've seen him. But they're going to have a response here because So Agredici are the ones with number 1 pick, and they're going to go with the Gragas. Another pick that can be flexed all over the place, but key. Ziggs left open. Once again, Ziggs left open here for Mousecott. He's the one that carried them in game number 2 against TSM, piloting the Ziggs. This time they get the Ziggs and the Corki. That is a lot of damage, a lot of scaling, a lot of range, and a heavy poke coming through from VK. We'll see what the response is from So Agredici. They're packing together a pretty good team fight comp already with the Alistar and the Gragas. Looks like Alistar Kai'Sa is going to be that bot lane combination, which should send the Gragas either to the jungle or the top lane would be our guess. We'll wait and see what So Agredici wants to do, where they want to send that, and the response from VIVO KEYD now sending the Corki to the 80 carry position. Looks like they are going to pair it with the Braum, the classic Corki Braum bot lane that has been used to great effect by a lot of these teams. And not a huge surprise to see Wukong falling into place for 0-8. Been one of 0-8's favorite champions throughout the tournament. Very straightforward champion as well in terms of just getting in there, getting as many people as he can with the Cyclone, disrupting. We'll wait and see. It can facilitate the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's not necessarily something as easy as a Jarvan Cataclysm, but it is in fact Jarvan that's being picked up by So Agredici. They go for the Renekton Jarvan combination there to close out this draft. So a lot of melee characters and a Kai'Sa that can join them. This is some heavy dive capability from So Agredici that's being built up here. And finally, Huya, who has been so fond of the carries. Fiora available, Camille banned away. Where does he go? Huya picks up the Akali in the top lane. It was real good for Sony for TSM. Not enough to get the win, but Huya said, I want to give that a try. Here comes the Akali for Huya. Keep an eye on the top laner of VIVO KEYD, and keep your eye on Mousecott's Ziggs. These have been the 2 people to watch in especially these late game team fights that were the deciding factor in VIVO KEYD's 2 comeback wins against TSM that were so impressive. But here we go, the grand finals, the last day of the MGA Wild Rift Copa America. VIVO KEYD, So Agredici, only one team will walk away, the victors, with a $500 prize today in this best-of-3 series. Game number 1 is coming right up. And here we see both teams just kind of drawing up a line of scrimmage for the time being. We have actually seen one or two goofy level 1s. And there are some just pings on red buffs, so 0-8 letting him know where he's going. We do, interestingly enough, see 9 Norvis here mid lane with suits. So Agredici have chosen to send the Gragas mid. 9 Norvis is going to be piloting the Renekton top once again. Now, 9 Norvis was absolutely terrifying on this champion last time. Honestly, looked pretty terrifying on the Malphite even, but piloting the Renekton again. They're going to have to be careful. Can be nice into the Akali as well, having that point-and-click CC for an Akali along with the AoE from the Renekton can be pretty effective. We'll wait and see, though, Huya. Certainly, no slouch when it comes to mechanics. Could have the opportunity to outplay. This comp from VIVO KEYD, kind of interesting as well. You've got the Corki and the Ziggs that kind of want to fire away from ranged. Meanwhile, you got the Wukong that kind of wants to dive forward and the Akali that kind of wants to dive forward. So a little bit of mixed messages from VIVO KEYD. It's a lot of powerful picks, so perhaps it will just work out for him nonetheless. But wait and see how these team fights start to play out for VK. Certainly a lot of scaling in their favor. Kai'Sa no slouch in the late game, but when you look at something like the Ziggs Akali Corki, that is a ton of damage from VIVO KEYD. On the other hand, a lot of big health bars from Agredici, perhaps to be able to tank some of those carries that VIVO KEYD are bringing forth. And now some action here, top side. Letter just gonna back away. Now, always have your eyes on mid lane. Typically for 0-8, that's where he does like to path first, but it looks like he's considering bot here. Infernal will be our first strike of the game, and Mousecott actually took a lot of damage here in this matchup, like against Suits on the Gragas. Now 0-8, what a surprise, heading mid. Just making his presence known, though, for the time being. And there is mid lane. All right, throwing an instance, the Cataclysm comes through. Mousecott is taken down. 0-8, looking for the return kill, not able to find it. Maybe looking for more. Actually flashes forward and does, but gonna pay for it with his own life. So Agredici find the 2-for-1 to start us off. Nice play there from Letter, grinding directly to the level 5, and as soon as he hits it, pass directly mid, they find Mousecott, and they take down the Ziggs. And keep in mind, Mousecott, this is who VK loves to play through, who they love to play around. That Ziggs already getting punished. Willie flashless as well, still has the barrier even. So perhaps caught unawares by the damage, or else just knew he was dead, caught in the Cataclysm. Not a great start here for VIVO KEYD, but keep in mind, VK have shown a strong ability to come back from deficits. And this one's only about 800 gold, so plenty of time for them to respond here. 10 seconds away from Rift Herald and Infernal Drake. And still, Letter really paying a ton of attention here to mid lane. Keeping an eye on Mousecott as long as those cooldowns are gone. And bot lane have not seen a lot of action. Ignite was burned by Suits. Oh yeah, excuse me, yeah. So with Mena piloting the Kai'Sa, hard to keep track of some of these roll swaps coming through, but here is the Cyclone there. Could have a team fight here. Sight in the front line, look for the stun of the Wukong. There's the Cataclysm into the back line is Mena. They've taken down the jungler. VIVO KEYD could be in trouble. Kodaki might be caught out on the Corki, trying to find more. Got to be careful here. The flash headbutt pulverized. They've knocked Kodaki into the middle, and this is disaster for VIVO KEYD. They've lost 3 already. Potentially even more here as Huya's in the fight there. Perfect execution not available. The Akali could be in a lot of trouble here. Flash auto. Down goes Huya. 4 kills going to Agredici, and they are off to a roaring start here in the grand finals. Making a statement here at the 4-minute mark. Here we see they just completely deny the engage from 0-8. Concentrated only on the kills. The dragon is completely ignored. They burn him down. Mena goes into the back line with the killer instinct, and Kodaki trying to find something here, but I mean, yeah, you have to figure it was only a matter of time before the Jarvan or the Alistar catches him. Indeed, it was Sight on the Alistar that finds it, and there you see the power of the Renekton. It's honestly kind of difficult for the Akali to play this one. I mean, if they can't just one-shot the Renekton with a quick burst combo, what are you supposed to do? And meanwhile, turret does go down to the bot side, and now we have engaged once again on the Renekton. So much crowd control coming through for poor Huya, who cannot do anything. So Agradici, nice punish there with a 3v1 there top side. And Suits could be in trouble, takes the Mega Inferno Bomb. Nice cast, though, to disengage. So Agradici 7-1 now in kills, up 3,500 gold. After watching those TSM games, perhaps they can't be feeling too comfortable, but I think they're pretty happy with the way this game is going now, with the Drake to their name as well, looking to press their advantage. Turrets even at 1-1 right now. You see those missiles getting fired away by Kodaki. And everything a lull on the Rift for the time being. As we see, looks like So Agradici gonna look for the bot lane outer turret. Quick response from VIVO KEYD. They're going to path towards top side. They do have Mouse God and the Zig, so you can take down those turrets real quick. But already the turret is gone. 9 Norvis is headed top side to run interference there. Does have the Black Cleaver and the Hex Drinker, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to take this Renekton down, but he doesn't want to tangle with them. They have the Rift Herald, though. The Rift Herald is going to outpush VIVO KEYD. They're being run all across the map. They lose 2 turrets, and this Rift Herald might even get a charge here. I think perhaps they can stop it. They've got to hit the eye. They've got to hit the eye. Can they stop it? They do. VK stop a final push, but in the end, it is a 1-for-2 turret trade in favor of So Agradici, who are really running away with this game now. Almost 7,000 gold. They are ahead at the 7-minute mark. Ocean Drake will be our next Drake available. And So Agradici are in dominant position at this point. VK are not sure what to do. 0-2 on Huya, 0-2 on Mouse God. These are the carries for VIVO KEYD. And Kodaki, who has been such a rock there in the bottom lane as well. No kills, only 1 kill so far. Who is it on? 0-8 Wukong. See if VIVO KEYD can find some foothold, some way back into this game. But right now, it's So Agradici with Run of the Rift. You can see extending the ward coverage very deep into the blue and red jungles of VK. And stealing everything away are So Agradici. 20 seconds on that Ocean Drake. Have to think they'd be looking to start it up right away, but I don't think they're going to be there quite in time. I think they probably want to bait VIVO KEYD in here, see if they can get a pick, an excuse to start it. No, actually, so the reset coming through here from Letter. Yep, picking up a Force of Nature. Very smart here. A lot of AP damage coming out here. In fact, extremely AP heavy when you look at Huya and Mouse got all AP, and Kodaki almost all AP there on the Corki. The Force of Nature. You see the Hex Drinker and the Spectre's Cowl there, and the Renekton. The Magic Resist, so key here for So Agradici. It's going to make VK, make it almost impossible for them to get through this very, very tanky Bruiser comp that So Agradici have put together. VIVO KEYD, they've got to look for this Ocean Drake potentially, but it's going to be so hard for them to get in here. They have no control. They have no vision. They have no idea what's going on. There's the engage coming through. There's a big cast to separate everybody, and now the engage. They found the Braum. The Akali is looking for something on the backside, though. 9 Norvis is 1v4, has forced everybody out, and then in goes Suits. He finds the engage of the Cataclysm and is going to find another 2 kills already to So Agradici. And that should be SA's cue to start up this Ocean Drake once again. This time it will be theirs. No contest. 8,000 their gold lead. Their second Drake of the game. Here we see a replay. So again, Sight just disrupting everybody, and the cast just separates VK. It means so it's really hard for them to group together and have these front-to-back fights that they're looking for. You see Nine Norvis just forcing everybody back, and there's no way for them to take down the Renekton. He has a lot of MR. They just can't burn him down. I mean, who's going to take him down? The Wukong? It's not going to happen. They're not going to take down the Renekton ever at this point, unless they get about 30 seconds to hit him without any threat, and I just don't see that happening. 9,000 nearly the gold for So Agredici. 2 Drakes. Baron's going to be their next target, and with it, they may just be able to close out the game. VIVO KEYD, they've come back from some major gold leads, but something feels different this time. SA feels completely in control. VIVO KEYD, you have to think they're untiltable at this point after the journey they've made. Game number 1 here, they are looking in very dire straits. VIVO KEYD just trying to contest, get some kind of coverage here, some kind of control in the Baron area. They have to know what's happening. They don't want a Baron sneak, which could just finish them off. But it's VIVO KEYD on the back foot here once again. Used to it, but they can't be terribly thrilled about it. I mean, you can't just rely on having a comeback every single game. At some point, you have to just get a lead and close it out and play some clean League of Legends Wild Rift. Have to wonder if some magic pen is going to start coming through here for Huya, Mouse God, and Orkodaki. But none yet means they're going to have such a hard time getting through this comp. Look at the Force of Natures picked up there by Sight and Letter. Look at the Spirit Visage, excuse me, picked up there by the Renekton by Nine Norvis. He even has the Hex Drinker. It's going to be nearly impossible to bring down that front line here. And VK, I mean, they're trying to poke here. They have an excellent poke comp, but how is the poke going to stick? It just isn't. VK, they're losing turrets all across the map. They're hemorrhaging gold right now. 10,000 now, nearly the deficit, and the Baron's still yet to be picked up by SA. They're just trying to push the advantages in every lane. Remember, the minions are stronger if you take down more turrets than your opponent has in a given lane. So getting priority here, taking down those turrets, is only helping SA set up for a future Baron. Now it's VK looking for an engage here. They find 2 with the Cyclone. Maybe they can take down Sight. The Glacial Pitcher, though, is not going to be enough. And now the counterattack comes through from SA. VK could be in a rough position there. Watch out, the Cask has taken down 1. Already a double kill there for Suits on the Gragas. Will they find more? It's burning down. Shaka is going to give over the triple kill to the Gragas. They're looking for more. They've got the knockup potentially. I was going to look for the quadra kill, but no, SA are not concerned with Suits showing off. They are concerned with picking up 4 kills and now making a beeline for the Baron. Only Mouse God, the last hero of VIVO KEYD, standing. But So Agredici should be able to pick up this Baron. You have to think Mouse God will try a Mega Inferno Bomb steal, but it's going to be very difficult to get past that with no smite available. And here you see they're trying here, but I mean, how are you supposed to get through this? What, a Kali, Braum, Wukong? That's just not going to burn through a Renekton, a Jarvan, and an Alistar. It's not going to happen. And VK, they use all their cooldowns to get out here, and then the flash, Ruthless Predator into the Cask, into the Body Slam. There's so much crowd control onto these guys, and VIVO KEYD, once all these melee characters from So Agredici are on them, they have no way out. Mouse God manages to back off. His positioning is good enough that he doesn't die. And actually, it looks like Mouse God died in the meantime there. Did not get the Baron, so disaster after disaster. And now, oh no, the Akali flashes away with the barrier. Is going to survive, but 0-8 does go down. Finished off there by the Jarvan, and now a killing spree for the Kaisa. Mena takes down another. Finally, Huya does go down. 3 more kills to So Agredici. 17-1 their kill score. So Agredici are eviscerating VK. They are running away with this game, and this is a gold lead. I don't think VIVO KEYD has any chance of coming back from it. It's just too big. So Agredici are playing too clean, too controlled. And here you can see Suits just going straight in. Actually does die. A little bit too deep there. Gives over a nice shutdown to Kodaki and the Corki, but only Mouse God and Kodaki alive. The respawn's coming through just now, but it means 2 inhibitors fall. It means a gold lead of 18,000. Impossible for 0-8 to overcome. 08 flashes. You can see the frustration for VK. They want to find something here. They want to follow. They're looking for sights. Can they take down the Alistar? Unbreakable is popped. They're still looking for him. I think one more auto should take him down. Yes, the cow does fall. And here comes Huya. They're looking for more. The Killer Instinct is going to take Meta to the back line. It's not going to keep him alive, though. Down goes the Kaisa. And now 9 Norvis is going to be taken down. VIVO KEYD. They found a few kills. It's not going to be enough to bring him back into this game, but it's something. It's what they needed. They have to do that a few more times, and now the Mountain Drake. Will the steal come through? No. Letter is too late, and now he's looking for 4. Cataclysm over the top. He just kills himself there. Flash away. Letter, though, still alive. So tanky in the Jarvan. So difficult. Incredible how long he survives, but he does fall in the end there. Suits almost falls again in the back end of that, and VIVO KEYD have clawed their way back just a little bit. Now Suits looking for more. Suits gives away another kill. So Agredici have got to be careful. You cannot do this. They're giving away so many kills to a team that has shown the willingness to come back, the ability to make these comeback, these miracle plays happen. VIVO KEYD, they chase down the kills one by one, and so Agredici, without the engage, without the crowd control, without finding their way onto VIVO KEYD, they just get gunned down and chased down. So Agredici, I don't want to overhype it. They are still in a commanding gold lead. But knowing VIVO KEYD, you have to question these plays. Here comes Letter long after the Drake has been taken, thinks maybe he can find a kill. Sure, he's got a lot of MR, but it's a full tank Jarvan. He's not able to find any kills even on these low health bars. Mouse God firing away. Kodaki just gunning everybody with the Gatling gun, with the missiles. And the Corki with 3 kills now is perhaps the salvation for VIVO KEYD. Mouse God and Huya have gotten their time in the spotlight. Now it's time for Kodaki. The Corki, he's got the Infinity Edge, he's got the Essence Sweeper, he's got the Solari Charge Blade. He's got the capability to deal some damage, but still, no magic pen for anybody aside from Mouse God. The Void Staff has come through. I like it. They're going to need that to be able to get through the insane, the hideous amount of magic resist coming through for all of the frontliners from SA. VIVO KEYD, they're down 18,000, make it 10,000 now. That's a nice comeback, but it's not enough to make them even. SA still in control. VK, they need 1 or 2 more miracles. They've shown us a lot this tournament. They've come a long way, but here in game number 1, again, a long game as we crest towards the 18-minute mark without a clear victor yet. SA, they're going to start the Baron 08. They've sniffed it out. The Mega Inferno Bomb is going to force them off. Baron will reset. And that will be it for the time being. Both teams potentially looking for a reset, but SA sticking around. They may want to restart. Excuse me. And there, VIVO KEYD. Do they have it in them? Do they have one more comeback here? It's only game number 1. They'll have a second chance. But at this point, you have to wonder if this isn't VIVO KEYD's comfort zone. They've been so effective here with the comebacks. And again, they find the punish on SA there in the bottom lane. But they will need more. Here we see both teams scuffling. The Baron should be it, and it's gone. It's gone. It was snuck. SA has taken the Baron. This disaster for VK, and now they're getting engaged upon. They got to be careful. Can Huya find anything? Glacial Fisher on 08. The Wukong is so low. He's burning down. 08 just might fall. No, he survives. Now Huya on the backside of it. Can he find anything? No, the Akali is dead. Disaster for VK. They've lost 2-08 so low. It is not going to be the comeback. It's not going to be the dramatic win for VK. It's going to be SA. One trip up, but then they close things out. They do not fall prey to the same traps that VIVO KEYD set for TSM. This time, SA use their gold lead. They find the engage, they find the Baron, and they find the win. You can see here 08 caught out on the Wukong, just not able to do anything on the backside of it. It's Huya looking for the Gragas, but he just does not find enough damage to gun through the Gragas. Suits was low, but Huya couldn't find it. Mouse God was picked off. Mouse God was taken down crucially. And with 3 members dead, what can 08 and the Corki do? Not a whole lot. You can see Kodaki, the SVP there for VIVO KEYD, certainly justified. I mean, absolutely was the saving grace for VIVO KEYD. It looked like potentially there, but it wasn't enough. SA was in control this game. They built up an insane gold lead, and they let it slip just a bit, and then they finish it off. They finish it off cleanly is the key word. And look at the MVP. It's actually Letter, who did have so many of these clean engages. I think the combination of Sight, Letter, and Suits setting up these fights so well. And 9 Norvis, you cannot forget the Renekton running interference here. 9 Norvis has shown so much power on this pick. You wonder how this affects pick and ban heading into game number 2. Could very well be that VIVO KEYD wants to get 9 Norvis off of the Renekton. Huya on the carry of the Akali was not able to get any work done. Mouse God Ziggs this time, complete switcheroo from his previous performance. Sure, he dished out the damage there, 23,000, but look at Suits, 30,000 damage on the Gragas. Absolutely crazy. Suits getting work done. And impressive as well for So Aggredici to show the flexibility here. For Suits, who is formerly playing bot side, he rotates up to mid, pilots the Gragas to perfection. Mena playing the Seraphine mid, now plays the Kai'Sa. Looked pretty good, got the job done, exactly what they needed from the Kai'Sa. Joining these fights, providing some consistent damage to try to get through the frontliners of 0, 8, and Shaka, and Mena was able to do it. So Aggredici overall with a very impressive game 1 performance. Can be pretty happy with that. You can see the gold lead. Nice slow increase, nice clean game from Aggredici, really without a slip up until we get to that 14-15 minute mark, where they did lose everybody. I think they lost, they gave away 6 kills in a row to VIVO KEYD, potentially giving them a foothold back in the game, but with an 18,000 gold lead, I mean, you need a lot more than just that to come back. It wasn't enough for VIVO KEYD. So Aggredici, with a statement win in game number 1, have perhaps set the tone of the series. VIVO KEYD, they're going to need to change a lot. They cannot afford to keep falling behind here. It was good enough to take down TSM. They got 2 comeback victories. They could not make it 3. Not against So Aggredici, who have shown the ability to play some very clean League of Legends Wild Rift. Now the side swaps come through. Now VIVO KEYD are going to be on blue. They're going to be facing off against So Aggredici on the red side in game number 2. Match point for So Aggredici. Should be an excellent matchup. And I believe we'll head to a very quick break here. We'll be right back with game number 2. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're jumping right into draft here for game number 2 of VIVO KEYD versus Soa Gradici, who picked up a win in game number 1. SI now are up 1-0. This is match point for the grand finals. $500 on the line. First place on the line. Bands Camille, Aurelian Sol, Galio, and Gragas all taken off the table. This time, VIVO KEYD have first pick. Looks like they're strongly considering the Lucian, which has been banned away repeatedly. This time it does come through. Smart pick, flex pick. Mouse God could be piloting it. You could even throw it down for Kadaki. Oh man, would I love to see a Vayne now with everything on the line as a Vayne player myself, but I don't know that I recommend it, and I think it's probably a cheeky hover, but we'll wait and see. The response instantly, the Ziggs comes forward for Soa Gradici. Such a powerful pick. Didn't work out for VK in the first game, but it has worked out throughout the tournament. Ziggs, Braum going to be picked up. Now, Ziggs can slot down there the bot lane, can slot into the mid lane. So again, some flex opportunities. Corki now taken away as well. This time it is VIVO KEYD piloting the Corki once again. Lulu picked up, which, again, there's still some flex possibility. Corki and Lucian, one of those is going mid, one of them is going AD carry. My guess, Lucian, Lulu, bot lane, but we'll wait and see. And now the lock in, Malphite and Wukong. The next picks up for Soa Gradici. Should slot the Malphite in for 9 Norvis, and looked very good earlier in the tournament on the Malphite. No Renekton this time, but should not be a problem. And now with everything on the line, VIVO KEYD backs against the wall. They have to rip off 2 wins in a row now to pick up first place. They're going to go with the Olaf in the jungle and Jax in the top lane into the Wukong. The final pick now we await it from Soa Gradici, and it is the Yasuo. Yasuo, Malphite, Wukong, Braum. There are a ton of knockups post level 5 available for Soa Gradici. Everything is going to be on Mena to pick up those last breaths, and Suits piloting the Ziggs. We'll wait and see if Suits does take that down into the bot lane or the mid lane. There's still a lot of questions here exactly where these champions are going to go, and I think both these teams know that very well and know that the flexibility is very important, especially here at match point for Soa Gradici. Everything matters. This might as well be a best of 1 for these two teams. For Soa Gradici, they win it. They win it all. They're the Copa America, Latin America, South Brazil champions. However, VIVO KEYD, they've got to pick up a win here to stay in this thing. It looks like Mouse God will be piloting the Lucian, should be taking that mid lane up against, we'll assume it's Mena mid lane with the Yasuo, but certainly opportunity to shift around a little bit. Let's see which lane assignments do come through. Game number 2 of the Wild Rift Copa America Grand Finals. SA up 1-0, looking to close things out. We'll see what VIVO KEYD have to say about it. And some interesting choices here. So you can see actually Huya could be caught here topside. He's walked too far forward. The bot lane duo of Soa Gradici. So interesting play by them. They actually just hung out in the bush. They waited for Huya to walk forward, and then I think only Suits walked out. Maybe they're trying to bait Huya to jump on him or something like that, but Huya played it very, very smartly. Excuse me, I'll get my camera off the screen here, hopefully. If not, give me a moment here, having some classic Streamlabs OBS freezing at the most pivotal moment here. Well, we'll hope we don't get any first blood here as I figure this thing out. Apologies for the difficulties there. And you can see Soa Gradici up already. A little bit of gold here just via laning and actually pressuring with the lane swap coming through here pretty big. So Soa Gradici actually pressuring the Malphite off. 9 Norvis, again, the target of a lot of dives, a lot of attention from the enemy team. He's shown the ability to just coast through that without a problem. There we are. All right. Apologies for that. So Agredici now hitting this top lane turret. They might be able to even take this down. Remember the satchel charge. Both top laners really not happy with this turn of events. Really just a absolute vertical split of the map right now. And Nine Norvis, he wants the blue buff. He's not going to get it. He's going to get chased down, forced to flash away. 0-8, pretty happy with that. Meanwhile, yeah, look at this lane swap. So interesting from So Agredici to just pick up this top lane turret. VIVO KEYD did the same thing. I think they should pick up this turret as well, but the first turret bonus does go to SA. The help of that Ziggs able to rip through his turrets so effectively. What an interesting game here in game number 2. Very unconventional Wild Rift coming through. So down goes that turret, the last auto. Now Nine Norvis, still only level 3, but does have a level 5 Yasuo here. Mena gonna be looking for the last breath. He's gonna have to set himself up for this one though. Level 5 on the Wukong, look for the Cyclone. There it is, very low is 0-8. He runs away, he gets healed, he's fine. No last breath coming through. Second Cyclone's not gonna find anybody. It's just a pair of Krug. It's going over to the letter. And now we have the follow. Mouse God has the culling here. Oh, excuse me, he does not. He used it earlier. Forces the flash still out of letter and Mena. So Agredici neck and neck with VIVO KEYD, forced back. One turret apiece. Here we have a replay there. 0-8 does take a lot of damage, but in the end he's fine. Mena could have taken the last breath there, but wisely chooses not to. And Letter and Mena both flashing away there, not wanting to be slowed, not wanting to be caught by the Corki. They do make it out with their lives, and it's VIVO KEYD now with a very slight lead, but again, both these teams frequently in the early game, especially with everything on the line in the grand finals, they do not want to overstep and throw away the game carelessly early on. As this Mountain Drake will spawn alongside the Rift Herald, we'll see if we have the typical split we've seen frequently today, where both teams simply handshake the objectives. Looks like Rift Herald is going to be started off now by So Agredici, but VIVO KEYD, they're late to the Drake, and Vision is there. So Agredici, no, this Drake is not being started. I think they have peeled off the Rift Herald. Yeah, okay, now they're just looking for a kill here onto Huya, who's got to be careful on the Jax here. Counter-Strike is there, gets a stun onto 2. There's an unstoppable force, though, to follow, and down goes the Jax. Finally, first blood going to So Agredici. Now the Drake is started by VK, but this may be too late. The Mega Inferno over the top. Here comes Mena. They're just trying to burn it down, and they will. VK pick up the Drake now, but is there any kills? Mouse God forced back. Following him is Mena. Last breath finds him exhaust out of the Yasuo. VK have been caught in the Triburst. The pincer attack is successful. SA, they're looking for one more. 0-8's taken down. A triple kill for Mena. 4-0 now the kill score for So Agredici, and Mouse God could be in trouble here. Finally, Huya has respawned now. They're looking for some kind of turn here. Looks like that will be it, unless Huya looks for more. He's hungry. He's looking. Oh, he saw the Ziggs on that ward. Oh, man, blood in his eyes, but not able to find the kill here. Of a replay here. Huya is just caught out. It's not going to get too much mileage, unfortunately, especially against the Malphite out of the Counter-Strike. And at the end of the day, he does just fall to the Unstoppable Force. Nicely done by Nine Norvis to hold that and make sure he can hit it on Huya, who actually had the flash, but didn't get a chance to use it there. So special delivery by VK really does nothing. I mean, it burns down the Dragon a little bit. Mouse God gets caught out here. Very low mana on the Lucian. Mena follows him, gets exhausted, so he's not able to get too much work done, but he forces everyone into the Tri-Brush, where the pincer is perfect there. The Yasuo and Letter on the Wukong take them down. 0-8. Now seeing what it's like to play against the Wukong, and can be pretty rough on those choke points with the Cyclone there. And VIVO KEYD is going to have to contend with the Ziggs poke and the Ziggs siege capability, but still 1-1 in turrets, and VIVO KEYD staying neck and neck now. Oh, the Unstoppable Force, though, comes down onto the Corki. Kodaki got to be careful. The heal might keep him alive. He's just hitting the minions, trying to clear them out. I think possibly if he hit Nine Norvis, he might have survived. Meanwhile, in mid lane, we have action here. Sight, flash away from the Olaf, flash followed by Mena. Will pick up the kill. Mouse God just trying to clear the minions away. 2 more members of VK fall, and SA, they're looking a lot like game number 1. It's beginning to look very bad there for VIVO KEYD. And here we have the dive onto Kodaki. I'm not sure if potentially with the aggro picked up by the Malphite, if maybe he could have tried to turn this, maybe not, just trying to pick up some minions. Hey, some bonus gold never hurts, but in the end, the Kodaki, the Corki does go down. And Mayna picking up a kill there as well. 4-0 now on the Yasuo, and even picks up another kill on Kodaki in the bot side. This is utter disaster for VIVO KEYD in the grand finals here. Backs against the wall. 5-0 from Mayna on the Yasuo. Charge Blade completed. And you look at the team comp for VIVO KEYD, who is the only source of magic damage, the 0-3 Corki, and even he is going to be auto-attacking, which those Bramble Vests, potentially developing into Thorn Mails, the Steel Caps, the armor stacking, will be really effective for So Aggredicci, and they're already up 3,000 gold. They found another one. Ragnarok pop there. Wild Growth should keep 0-8 alive. Yes, it will. Lot of cooldowns burn there, though, to keep the Olaf alive, and you can see the amount of damage that comes out from So Aggredicci, the Corki, the Ziggs, excuse me, the Yasuo and the Ziggs. So powerful here. So Aggredicci up 2-1 now in turrets, 3,000 gold. VIVO KEYD again, they've come back from far worse, but it's not where they want to be. We get a nice view of the recalling Corgi emote there. I like it. Fortunately for Kodaki, he has been more like an innocent Corgi than like a fearsome bombardier in this game. 0-3 now, has the Essence Weaver completed. We'll see if it can get any work done. Riftchild popped here by VK top side. Counter-Strike's going to come through. A lot of damage onto the Malphite. And the Unstoppable Force, 9 Norvis. He's done that before. The flash follow and flash away from 9 Norvis. Again, 9 Norvis playing the weak side to perfection. Absorbs the damage, gets out, and meanwhile, what do SA get? They get an Infernal Drake for their trouble. No contest. They pick that one up, and now they're looking for more. Got to be careful. Watch the Cyclone. It's going to find two. The last breath onto one. Flash away. Mouse got Wild Growth. Can he get them down? The Lucian trying to cut through the armor here, trying to find suits. Peeling back RSK, excuse me, VK, and SA, meanwhile, are still in a 2v1 here, top side, and 9 Norvis actually forces one back, but in the end does follow. Those blows coming forth from Huya are going to finally get a kill for the Jax with the Trinity Force completed. Here we have a replay top side. Nicely done there. Unstoppable Force earlier before the replay began. Got 9 Norvis out of trouble, and the flash saves him. In the end, he does go down a little bit later, but still SA up 7-1. The gold lead, though, surprisingly even. It was actually with the help of that Rift Herald and some very nice laning, nice CSing by VIVO KEYD. They're staying in this game 100%, despite being down 7-1 in kills. They're only down about 500-ish gold right now. Baron Nashor now an option for VIVO KEYD. SA continuing to poke. Suits piloting the Ziggs. Knows he wants to get that mid lane turret into satchel charge range. It's not terribly far away. VIVO KEYD have been doing a good job of keeping the Ziggs at bay for the time being. They're up 3-2 in turrets. Gold dead even now. The game resting on a knife's edge. The question is, what will be the next target? Both teams just doing the old NA ARAM right now. SA, though, they want this Drake that's spawning in a couple of minutes. They've completely conquered this red Brambleback jungle of VIVO KEYD. And resets coming through from both teams for now. All quiet on the Rift here. Game number 2 of the grand finals of the Copa America. $500 and first place on the line. SA smashed VIVO KEYD in game number 1. Game number 2, SA has had some nice plays, but VIVO KEYD has been hanging tough now. Lately, though, it's been SA pushing the ward coverage forward. Have to watch Shuya on the Jax, though, has 2 items. The split push could be online. And that mid lane turret very low. Keep in mind the satchel charge from Suits could bring that one down. And once the mid lane turret is gone, that's 3 gone. 3 turrets means Baron is often a possibility. That's the prerequisite. That's what SA want. And now potentially a dive there in the Mouse God. Nicely done. Flashes away. Culling is going to clear out minions and take Letter very low. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sight's been taken down here. The Braum is dead. And here, unfortunately, it looks like we are getting some buffering there. We are back. We are back in business now. 0-8 very low. And here's the Unstoppable Force is going to finish off the Olaf. Potentially the turn by SA. VIVO KEYD. Huya looking for the miracle, looking for the Ziggs. Not going to find it. Who else but Mena? Domination on the Rift. 6-0 now for the Yasuo. SA, they win a couple of fights all over the place. VIVO KEYD, they are going to pick up that turret, but maybe they stepped too far. Wild growth now from Mouse God on the Lucian. The wind wall's there. The last breath is there. Mouse God going to go golden, but it's not going to save him. Down he goes. Godlike from Mena on the Yasuo. SA still only 1,000 gold up, but 10-2 the kill score. The fights have been theirs from start to finish. Teleport going to come forth from Huya is going to keep that mid lane outer turret alive, but SA looking for their second drake of the game, and they will get it with no jungler in the area from VIVO KEYD. Now both teams with their eyes on the Baron. And here we have the fight beginning. The Cyclone comes through already. VK, they found 1 kill. Can they find any more? Braum's not going to do much. The last breath is huge. And the turn comes through from SA. But now, potentially, Kodaki, he's very strong. The Corki, he's firing away. He's peppering them with bullets. Here comes Mouse God. He's respawned. The culling is there. Oh no, Mena, he stepped too far forward of the Yasuo. And VIVO KEYD now finally have a gold lead. If only a couple hundred letter may have been caught out. Mouse God, the pursuit is relentless. He will take down Wukong. And VIVO KEYD, they're pushing down mid. They've got some time here. 9 Norvis, the last man standing. VIVO KEYD, they'll take that mid lane inner. What is next? VIVO KEYD up now 2,500 gold. VIVO KEYD threatening to take us to a game 3. Can they do it? At long last, they found their foothold back into this game. This pick onto site is crucial. They take down the Braum quickly. The Glacial Fisher doesn't get much work done. Here comes the special delivery. Kodaki firing away, and it's disjointed. The fighting here, the last breath is not enough. It does take down Ku, but Kodaki critically is left untouched this entire fight. And Mouse God is sprinting back in, and he's enough the reinforcements. Kodaki and Mouse God, with the help of Shaka's Lulu, empowering them, the carries of VIVO KEYD. They're able to take down SA. Critical shutdown coming through as well. Mena had 8 kills, and then he fell. That's a lot of gold back in the pockets of VIVO KEYD, and they're now up 4,000. VIVO KEYD. The comeback kings have struck once again, and SA now on the back foot. Have got to be careful. Mena taking a ton of damage there. Mouse God, he's unstoppable. Look at the Lucian damage. Mouse God is fearless, forcing the flash out of Mena, the strongest member of SA. Keep in mind, SA, they were so ahead, but all the gold was on this Yasuo. If he can't find the damage, who will? Suits on the Ziggs has been firing away, but not a lot of gold in the Ziggs pockets comparatively. And now it's VIVO KEYD starting the Baron SA. It goes down so quickly. Incredible. Went down in the blink of an eye. VIVO KEYD with the Baron rush. They sneak it, they steal it away. Now VIVO KEYD, they're wearing purple and things look bad for SA. There is the culling. It's going to take a lot of damage. Suits taking tons of Mega Inferno Bomb, not going to do anything. VIVO KEYD coming up huge with the damage. They've got to find the huge last breath. So Agredici need their own last breath in this game, down 5,000 gold. Could be disaster. And here we have a replay of just the amount of damage coming through from Mouse God. It's just unreal. Nearly takes down sight. Probably could have flashed forward and finished somebody off, but didn't want to overplay the hand. I'm certainly okay with that. I think VIVO KEYD fans are okay with this. They're not used to being in a gold lead. Traditionally, they have to come back. And now in the driver's seat already, 08 looking for more. They found the Ziggs back over the wall. Now they found Sight. They should take down the Braum. Yes. Mouse God, the culling is not there. Be careful though. They found Mouse God with the last breath. They're finding him. Going golden is the Lucian though. He's still alive for the time being. Can they take down the Lucian? Yes. Mouse God is gone, but untouched is Kodaki. Be careful. The Ziggs is untouched as well. Both of the back lines going forward, but Mena is dead. Kodaki has taken down the Yasuo. It's a 3 for 3. Both teams limping away with low health bars. Both these teams so willing to take any fight in these grand finals. And now the Elder Ocean Drake available here. We have a replay showing us Kodaki's damage coming through. They get the kill on his sights, and then the 45 commences. They see Mouse God. He's completely overextended. He looks completely caught out, but he buys enough time. They even go on to Kodaki as well. I think maybe going on to just Kodaki was a play. I'm not sure, but Kodaki is basically untouched here despite being caught initially. He goes golden, and then he gets out. Finally, Mana goes onto him, but the Lulu shields from Shaka are just huge. They're not able to take down the Corki. They get Mouse God, but there's 2 carries on VIVO KEYD, and in the end, it winds up being an even fight. So Agredici, though, perhaps happy to take that for now. Scaling pretty good on both teams. The Olaf and Lucian potentially falling off a little bit. You wonder if So Agredici are feeling good with the Ziggs and the Yasuo scaling now, particularly with the itemization in their favor. This Ocean Drake is taking a lot of damage, though. It's going to be going down very quickly. 08's in the area. Could potentially look for a steal. Cyclone is there. Very low on the Olaf with the Wild Growth. That's a very powerful Viking chasing them with Cyclone on the backside. Mouse God's trying to stay alive. They're trying to kite back. The moves are insane. Mouse God lives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huya does go down. It's a 1 for 2, though. Letter and Mena are both dead. No Yasuo. The hard carry of SA is already dead. VK, they have Kodaki. They have Mouse God, who's healing up now. They're looking for a re-engage. Sight could be in trouble here. GA is popped. There, here comes Mouse God looking for the Zid, looking for Suits. He doesn't have the flash. He gets destroyed immediately. Suits melts him somehow. But still, the Olaf is on the front line. He's going to find one more. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, Suits finds a kill. Again, a 3 for 3. Again, a chaotic fight. Both teams hungry for blood. 2 left on either side, but it's So Agredici who are looking to take this Drake. Got to be careful. Those 08's in the area. Does he know? If he just walked in, he could smite it, but he doesn't seem to know. And we have a replay here. We see on the front line 08, but be careful. Watch the Ziggs. Suits does such a great job with the positioning here, stays alive. And here, oh man, we have a whole fight. What even just happened? I have no idea what just happened, but somehow VK tried to contest that Ocean Drake, and they lost everybody. SA with a huge team fight win. They get the Elder Ocean, and they may just get the Baron. Mouse God respawns. Shaka respawns. Can they do anything here? I don't think so. I don't know if they can afford to contest this. It's going down quickly. I think Mouse God will be there in time. The culling is there. It's not going to do too much, though. The Mountain Drake, the Summon will force into the last breath. They found Mouse God. Once again, the Zanya's popped by the Lucian. The Wild Growth is there. He's trying to kite it out. He's doing his best back over the wall. The moves from Mouse God are great, but they will not save him. Down goes the Lucian. The flash follow. The ace again. So Agredici find 2 more kills. They find the Baron. Botline inhibitor will go down now, and so Agredici, though, this could be the turn. Already the Ziggs is done. Suits is gone. Look for the turn now is 9 Norvis. He does find the 1 kill of the Olaf. 08's down. But look at so Agredici. They're advancing. Can Kodaki do anything? Can the Huya, can the Jax do anything? No. Kodaki is dead. The Nexus is gone. And so Agredici are your Copa America champions. Very impressive fight here, as we can see. So this fight here, it was actually some nice kiting away by VIVO KEYD. This was the fight of VIVO KEYD. They got the 3 for 3 that they got several times towards the end of this, but you have to wonder if the itemization wasn't just starting to kick in. The effectiveness of the armor, Sight and 9 Norvis surviving so long, Letter surviving for quite a while, Kodaki kiting really effectively on the Corki, dishing out so much damage, and this fight looked pretty good. But watch Suits there. bam! Look at the damage on that. Literally 100 to 0'd Huya. Huya had the barrier. He didn't even think he was going to die. I mean, it's possible even Shaka had a cooldown available that was not used because the Lucian just died so quickly. And we'll get another replay here. Mouse God. I mean, you have to think that maybe they had to contest this bear and try to stop it, but Mouse God just gets caught out. I mean, watch the moves here. Absolutely unreal. The cooldowns, Relentless Pursuit cooldown. So short, they are able to kite away, but at the end, it's actually the Glacial Fissure that finishes off the Lucian. And that is all she wrote for VIVO KEYD. Their long journey to the Copa America finally comes to a close in the grand finals. So Agredici, do not let the Cinderella story happen. They put a stop to the miracle run. VIVO KEYD with a comeback here in game 2, potentially showing signs of life, potentially showing signs of taking us to a game 3. They got a nice lead, but in the end, So Agredici strike back. They pick up the win here, and So Agredici are your champions. $500 to them. First place, bragging rights, prestige, all of the glory of the Latin America South Brazil division of the MGA Wild Rift Copa America going to So Agredici. They are the champions. Congratulations to So Agredici. So we get a chance to watch, take a look at some of the stats here. Nine Norvis, you can see just the insane amount of armor stacking up. Even got an Abyssal Mask as well, which is very effective. And Suits with an absurd amount of damage, 47,000 on the Ziggs. Absolutely carrying SA through those fights. It was Mena picking up so many early kills, went 8-0 before the shutdown came over, and that's when things shifted back in the favor of VIVO KEYD. They got the big comeback, and you think, oh, we watched the TSM series, VIVO KEYD, this is their comfort zone. They've got the comeback win now. They're looking good. They're taking us to game 3. No, So Agredici did not lose hope. They came right back and won the game with a couple of key fights. They get that big Elder win. They got the 3 for 3, but they stuck by the Elder, and they baited VIVO KEYD to contest it. They got the huge turn. They got the Elder. They got the Ace. They get the Baron. They get another race, and they get the game. You can see Kodaki certainly dishing out the damage, trying its best to keep VIVO KEYD afloat. Mouse God looked very comfortable on the Lucian. Looked good, and what a gold graph. So bizarre, so back and forth, so many fights going either way. So many even fights, you never knew what was going to happen. And VIVO KEYD this time were the victims of finally accumulating a gold lead and then throwing it away, sadly, at the last moment. Nearly 5,000 their gold lead, and in the end, it was SA that came in, brought them crashing back down to reality. Still, VIVO KEYD can be happy with their performance, fighting their way all the way to second place. They'll take home a nice little cash prize for that. And what a journey this team has been on. I mean, it's worth taking a moment just to acknowledge that VIVO KEYD did indeed fight their way. They lost in the upper bracket round 1, went down to lower bracket round 1, fought their way all the way to the lower bracket semifinals. They beat Furious Gaming 2-1. They beat TSM with 2 huge comeback wins in the lower bracket finals. 2-0 that series win. They finally make their way to the finals. But it is SA. At the end of the day, it is SA who are victorious. But that is going to do it for us for our live coverage of the Mobile Gaming Association's Wild Rift Copa America tournament. I've been Vestborg providing commentary today for you. I hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in, all of the teams and players for participating and giving us a great showing, especially yesterday and today. Some amazing games. Super fun to watch. Love to see it. Thanks so much to Inihi providing our observing and production behind the scenes here, and of course KEYD Life and MGA for putting this tournament together. Was so much fun and can be so difficult to put these events together, but I love to see the Wild Rift scene really beginning to take off here. Wonderful event. Congratulations to So Agredici on their victory. But with that, we'll be signing off, and we'll see everybody next time.